shit, we need to update my... Okay, that's better. And I forgot to update my stream info. Now let's actually have a timer correctly. There we go. Yeah, I can figure out how to stream. All right. Time to hydrate even more, as it is still 29 here. While the boom goes on. Alright, let's see if this all works. Yeah, that all looks good. Everything looks and sounds okay. I think so. Alright, then I will in a moment get started with the third episode of my series of running the game Tyranny blind. I did the... in the first two episodes I did the essentially tutorial section, at least what I think is the tutorial section. And that is to say the initial campaign with the Edict of Kairos. And we finished that as a cliffhanger in the last episode. And now I think the world is meant to be opening up and giving more options to do different things. So it'll be interesting to see what that is like. I've been enjoying the game so far, and I hope that that continues. Now let's get that timer out of here. There we go. And then we can get started. So I'm going to assume continue will just do correctly. And again, this is a completely blind run. I don't know anything about the game other than what I have played. So it will all be quite new. Right, that's where we were, on top of the tower thing. I can't remember what it was called. Being a couple days. Here's the landry, and I was going to check out what... Oh yeah, because we got a new PC, or party member Eb. Well, I guess that has to be leveled up with the rest. And so the question is what she is good at. What's her deal? Syzygy on weapon crit, foe target, blah blah blah. Spire, okay, we're on the Spire, that's what it's called, right. Spire rest bonus plus 5 to all skills until next rest. That's nice. Something arcane, that's cool. What are you using? You're like the person who uses these staff things. A fearsome specimen of the modern Tidecaster staff, a bladed pole arm, with a much more martial, intimidating construction than the humble and hand-carved wooden staves that the first Tidecasters repurposed from sailing oars. Festooned about the haft are etchings of the celestial dance between the sun, Taratus, and the moon. That's pretty cool. Doesn't have any kind of at all decent armor. That's to be expected, I guess. Can we give her anything that's like halfway okay? Maybe that? Or much more deflection? The Scarlet Fury Helm, deflection, recovery, accuracy bonus. Oh yeah, that might be even better. But probably not the very heavy armor stuff. In fact, I don't think any of my people have heavy armor at this point, and I don't think that they will. Well, except for the tank guy, but he comes with his own inbuilt armor. In which case, I should probably sell some of this stuff. Is this all we have? Sure looks like it. What does she have in terms of magic? She has electric jolt. Gives people... does damage, gives people stun. That's cool. Phantom bolts. Strike a target with a bolt of grave light energy that drains health from the target. Then she can restore health to herself that way. Of course, the downside is she isn't a healer. Our healer guy has proven to be pretty useful. But for the moment, I will try a little bit and see what it's like with her. See what we can do here. Distant impact. Can give her that as well, why not? Mm-hmm. What else do we have here? Okay, we have a little bit of favor with the chorus, because we decided in the end to go with the chorus on the request of the chat, even though I would be actually favoring the disfavored. Odd as that sound. And with the Vendrian Guard, we have very high Wrath. That's to be expected, I guess. Lost favor, gained Wrath. Gained favor, average. So unnerving presence. Foe AoE, -4 accuracy. Huh, that's pretty good. Whatever you did in Ascension's Hall, Vendrian as well, has given you the power to interact with the Spire. Before you ascended the Spire, you had a vision when the Edict broke. Understanding this vision might help you better grasp this new power you have acquired. The teleporter that brought you to the top of the mountain spire at Vendrian as well has shut off and left you stranded atop the pillar. The strange device at center might hold the key to activating it again. Okay, so that's what we need to do. First we need to level her up a bunch. I guess her weapon is also two-handed, right? Yeah, cool. Give her 2 lore. Or a little bit more hit points. A bit more wits. Is that it? That seems to be it. Cool. So she can be tidal, which gives her like repulsion stuff, I guess. Powerful wave, frost damage, all that stuff, or grave light, which is more like That's sort of like meta skill, I guess. Getting a bonus to frost damage. Recovery time reduced, powerful wave, pushing them back. Compared to grants bonus armor, crush damage. Take arcane damage, drains health. Large bonuses to armor and magic defense. That sounds kind of good. I'll go for grave light here. She's gonna wear light armor, so it makes sense to give her a light armor bonus. What else is cool? Probably you for healing. Helping our allies gain more skill experience with lore, spells, and magic staves. That's also pretty good. Wave light damage ignite. Don't care about that. Items nearby Bane. I don't think we've actually encountered any Bane yet. We gotta do the Bane one. Moderate bonus to armor. Well, Eb is wearing light armor. I mean, she is wearing, or going to be wearing light armor all the time. So there is that to consider. Magic defense, or more experience. That's also pretty good, I guess. Yeah, let's try that out. I guess she has one more point, or not. No, that seems to be it. Alright. Now we have Spire upgrades. I don't even know what that means. Let's find out. Ancient device perched up the mountain spire is a product of a forgotten age. It's unclear what function it once had or if it can be used again. Resting in any spire gives you a bonus to all skills. And you can learn about edicts. Edicts of storms. Realm of Azure. Edict of Stone. Yeah, we knew all that. And so you can recruit people. I guess this is like you will have merchants and you will have like lore guys or like trainer guys in your sort of home base. Eight binder provides food. Smith provides weapons. Could be useful, I guess. Battlefield scavenger. Okay, I guess we'll figure out what's useful about that later. No missives at the moment. Well, then we might as well get on with it. Let's give her something useful. And then make this happen. Awesome. That's enough screwing about. Is there anything else here to care about? Not really. On closer inspection, a series of symbols carved around the base of the structure come into view. One symbol pulses with a blue-white glow. The pattern resembles the glowing lines of light seen on the floor of Ascension Hall moments before you find yourself transported above the clouds. As you stare at the symbol, the chill of the wind abates, and your chest swells with warmth. The air finally feels welcoming, your lungs sated at last. You staked your claim on the tower and everything in it. Whatever that sculpture is, it belongs to you. I can feel power running through this place. You can sense the magic of the spire even from down below. But up here, this close to the axis of the spire, the deluge of energy is numbing. I feel dizzy. Do you feel dizzy? The stone is smooth and cool to the touch. Marbling patterns move with the curves of the sculpture, looking more akin to veins than imperfections of rock. You can't find a single marking to suggest an artisan's tool. As you're about to draw your finger away, you feel a sudden return pressure on your fingertip as the sculpture touches you back. The sculpture is once again still. There's a rush of warmth through your body, a jolt of enervation that steadies your balance. A barrage of tactile sensation floods your mind as you feel footsteps and wind, but not on your face or your limbs. A moment later, the flood of information begins to make sense. You're feeling the wind against the spire, even the weight of your own feet, as if the spire were a second spine. With this connection made, you feel your awareness pull from this place, not as a traveler, but as one glimpsing the world from impossibly far away. In this moment, there is nothing you cannot see, though you see it nearly all at once in a flood of sensation that is difficult to parse. You see a spire at the crossing of an ancient stone structure, two walls extending off into the distance. At the base of this eternal spire, settlers and merchants act in every way unconcerned, toiling under the observation of unforgiving taskmasters. As the shadow of the spire falls over them, the mood changes. The settlers pause in shared unease and look up at the sky, toward you. Some of the faces looking at you are familiar, and you recognize this place as Lethian's Crossing, where you served during the war. Near the settlement, built at the joining of the ancient walls, you see a breach in the massive masonry, a cleft into the forbidden hidden realm within the old walls. Shadows envelop you, muting all sound and vision with slight delay. There is a feeling of perversion, of wrongness. Whatever arcane powers allowing your senses to drift free of your body seems to falter in this place. Figures haunt the stone halls, drifting emanations of cloud, claw, and fang. They pay you no heed, but you fear them all the same. In the depths of this forbidden place, the deepest chamber is bathed in light. An arcane symbol illuminates the floor, though the details hurt your eyes when you focus. With a gentle tug, your focus pulls back to a new horizon, though it takes you a moment to recognize it as Vendrian's Well. You've returned to the awareness of your immediate surroundings. The effect leaves you unsteady on your feet. The spire feels similar to the one you now occupy, though instead of radiating arcane life, it reeks of dust and crumbling stone, a branch withering once pulled from its tree. It reaches for you with a barely perceptible tug. The link between you and the spire recedes. The arcane bond is still present, but the mystical energies, for the moment, are quiet. Your body flooded with excitement and fatigue, it's unclear whether the mystic connection is strengthening you or siphoning. The tower offers nothing by way of answer, and you know that asking would only yield more silence and mystery. The deluge of sensation is over, but the positions of the other spires still linger in your mind. From your vantage point atop the mountain spire, you can easily spot the mysterious structures, each of them rising high above their distant surroundings. Strange. The magic of this place responds to you. The portal, the braziers, it all grows more vibrant when you approach. Before we get ahead of ourselves, it's worth remembering that you ended Kairos' edict. That's no small feat. Maybe your connection to this place is related. Either way, it sounds like something for the arcane-minded to investigate. Speak with me after you see Tungon, Fatebinder. The disfavored need to be shown their place. If a dog acts up, to use a firm hand to put it back down. If we are to succeed in the tiers, we must work quickly. I will be waiting. Alright, so the implication seems to be that there's a bunch more spires, and these have a special magical connection of some kind. I'm guessing these different sort of panels here are going to provide teleport points, perhaps? Or new connections, providing new insights?
I got it.
However that may be, we need to get on. So here's the mountain spire. Ascension Hall, Vendrian's Well Citadel, right. Alright, there we are. But I guess that means if I want to switch characters again, I have to go back up the spire. Which is okay. Also talk to the various people. These things are flashing. Does that mean she has something to say, perhaps?
So, the Scarlet Chorus and Disfavored are at each other's throats. Can't say I didn't see that coming, but the Archons might have waited until one war was over before they started another. Fighting with the Scarlet Chorus? I'll never doubt yourself for backing the winning team. The Chorus has the best chance of succeeding in the tiers. For all their skill, the Disfavored are too stubborn by far. Who can say? War is all about compromising your morals, deciding who lives and dies. What seems like a mistake turns into your greatest call down the road. I'll say this much, our time together is anything but dull. My blades are yours for as long as you'll have me.
Alright. How about the other ones?
You betrayed Graven Ash, the Legion, and our northern countrymen. As far as I'm concerned, you are a traitor to this campaign. And your office compelled you to support the cause of a raving madman? If you have no better excuse than that, then I have nothing further to say to you. Let us be clear on one point. You have my blade, but my heart belongs to Ash and the North. I am a weapon bound to you only by duty. Nothing more.
Yeah, so he's not happy, that's fine.
Salutations, Fatebinder. Or should I now call you Lord of Vendrian's Well? The Spire King? Prince of the suggestive vertical slab.
Actually, I quite like that last one.
That is how I met you, so that's how it's gonna stick in my mind. So if I might ask, what is your plan now? The edict no longer looms overhead, and Kairos' conquest of the Tiers seems to be slipping. What with the armies and civil war.
Yeah, I guess we should speak with
I would
Tunon.
counsel you to do just that. I'm sure the events of Vendrian's Well are best explained from your mouth to Tunon's ears. Furthermore, I'd guess the Archon of Justice would want to know your take on the Archons and their divide.
Honestly, I am improvising. I wonder what she would suggest.
My first suggestion would be to build a boat. Something durable, and take our chances on the high seas far from Kairos.
Yeah, that's not even a bad idea.
I have a second and more practical suggestion. Look to the horizon and slightly up. By that I mean the other spires. We should see what's atop the others. Otherwise someone else might look first. Not nearly enough, apparently. To me, they've always been axioms of navigation. You can triangulate a lot of things with the sextant and a clear view to a spire or two.
A sextant, huh? Okay. We have some idea when this plays technologically.
We've long known the spires radiate strong magical fields, and all save the mountain spire connect to the old walls. So it's the sort of thing common folk know from afar, but avoid day to day.
Mm-hmm. What if I say this? I'm a little curious how she would respond.
Aren't you a feisty one? Where was this hate for Kairos' lackeys a few years ago? You seem so very eager to turn on your old allies. But I'm not one to criticize. I think it's wise to lean into the winds of change. Well, short of Tunon giving you orders on pain of death, you have the luxury of acting on your own volition. Though the disfavored are likely to come for you. Whatever you decide, I'm at your disposal.
Very nice, very nice.
And I am thankful to not be a bloody pile of offal in Vendrian's Well. Life under your banner will, I'm sure, prove most interesting. What is it you need? Ask away.
She's really voiced, unlike some of the other characters. I was born in Lavenja, but for most of my life, and I suppose for all the days after, I'm known and will be known as Ebb. Tidecaster Ebb, for those trying to be obsequious. I've also probably used a bunch of aliases that are going to haunt me at some point. I know I dress myself and cook my own food, so misleading. Mother was a magistrate of Ardent, father was Admiralty. It's mostly meaningless, though. Our Lansing are the overlords. It's one of those not especially funny jokes that stuck long past its season. I wrote the word ebb incorrectly on a written examination. Master Volvac started calling me Ebb from then on. He claimed it fit me, said I was a cynical little shit that always sees the ebb, never the flow. What does it matter now that they're gone? They seem the last hope for the Tiers, and any shitting fuck of a chance is still more than no chance at all. What would you like to know? So when I was a little girl, what I really wanted to be was a marine, the burly bitch at the prow of a trireme, first to crack some skulls when the ship's rammed. You know, an honest living. Fortunately, the school sought me out before I got myself killed at sea. The School of Tides was looking for new blood, and my father was an admiral of Haven, so the school wanted me for the political connections. I got to spend my first couple years proving I actually belong with the Tidecasters. That was fun.
Ask away. We all know how to swim, and we all know how to fight. Most Northmen are lucky to make half that boast. What would you like to know?
I think you'll find each of us thinks themselves a child of Haven, as in my case, or a child of Azure, child of Apex, or what have you. But I suppose we Tiersmen have our shared customs. The most treasured of those customs used to be the pride of being free of Kairos' rule. Human settlers arrived over 400 years ago. Displaced from a war between what are now Kairos' realms of Trevin and Fertile Sands, a flotilla of barely seaworthy rigs headed west across the high seas. Tearsmen will sometimes speak of the Five Wives. We usually refer both to the first 5 settlements where the colonists made landfall, as well as to the 5 matriarchs that went on to form the ruling dynasties of the Tears. Of course, I'm leaving out the matter of the builders of the old walls. Who knows when they lived here and why they're gone, but those old walls didn't just fall out of the sky. For centuries it has been our way that the men own the ships but the women own the harbours. Our customs don't truly prevent ownership, they limit inheritance. Lands pass to daughters, then sisters, then mothers and aunts. Ships pass to sons, then brothers, then fathers and uncles. It seems strange to outsiders, but it makes sense to me. Men are blessed with wanderlust, women with a sense of the permanent. Likewise, the captain of a ship can't pause to carry a child, and the men grow restless if left in place. In truth, the custom varies from place to place, and you'll find men with enough wealth own land, and women with enough sway own ships. As is often the case, the nobles pick and choose their traditions. Are you trying to rub it in? Yes, the younger realms were defeated one at a time by the invaders. Maybe if I was Queen of the Tears, that wouldn't have happened. I would have taken the threat seriously the moment troops were stopped marching to the gates of judgment. Am I the only person whose mother mentioned that Kairos was a real threat? Opportunity. That's what killed us. He even wanted to watch the bastard Tyr fall first, Apex was hoping Haven would fall, Azure wanted Stalwart to be attacked first. Every realm with the Tears had some interest in watching their neighbours fail first, so we all held back our support until a year or so into the war. Too fucking late by then. Squabbling idiots. The beastmen of the Tears are hardier and smarter than their king elsewhere, and fortunately we've lived together in relative harmony for some time. Make no mistake, life is difficult for most beastmen in the Tears, but compared to say how they are treated in the Northern Empire, I would like to think we Tearsmen are a bit more modern and forward-thinking, even if just a bit. But I suppose I also take an overly optimistic view of our beastly cousins. I find their clumsy honesty endearing, and while no human will say nice things about my cooking, no beastman has ever said anything mean about my worst dishes.
Aside from the ones you slew, the Vendrian Guard were the most staunch opponents of Kairos. With their passing, the Overlord's rule is absolute. Well, aside from the local Archons being in a state of civil war. Was there a particular group you wish to discuss? Several sages came to our aid during the Second Battle of Vendrian's Well. I at first thought they meant to kill me, but instead they put their lives on the line for us. They spoke of others in their guild braving the Edict of Fire to salvage lore from the burning library. Though I may find them untrustworthy, it must be said that the sages have a certain fearlessness toward the Overlord. Perhaps that could be kindled further. Historically speaking, an alliance with the School of Ink and Quill is just asking to have your efforts stolen and your goals undermined. Mark my words, some things never change. Well, perhaps we can shove them in front of the enemy. And the ones that volunteered at Vendrian's Well weren't all bad. The Unbroken is the name of the military of the now fallen realm of Stalwart. Every citizen of Stalwart was trained to fight, and all were expected to answer the rallying cry of the Regents, the ruling small council of the realm. A decade ago, Stalwart was the ass end of jokes Tearsmen would tell each other. The people of Stalwart are obnoxiously proud of a long history of being invaded, but never losing. The disfavored put an end to their vaunted record of victory. The Unbroken still persist, albeit marginally so. The disfavored withdrew after the Edict of Storms began shredding the landscape. Their holdfast of Sentinel Stand Keep was never taken, and the citizen army, though scattered, could still be rallied. Kairos' war was disastrous to the human realm of Azure, but a stroke of good luck for the numerous beastmen that toiled in Azure's endless wheat fields. With the Masters all dead, the serfs have been set free. The Stonestalkers are a tribe born from these newly freed beasts. I imagine they would never bow to Kairos or the Archons. Too many generations have been enslaved. I'd wager anything they'll die before they ever bow. Beastmen understand strength and leadership, but it's always in the concrete sense. I can't pretend to know how they think, but I could never imagine them accepting an absent Prima. A distant ruler they can't see or smell seems a bit too abstract. The Bronze Brotherhood is one of the most feared and famous of the Free City mercenary companies. They serve the highest bidder, and during the war, that was Kairos. Most of the Brotherhood perished in the war, but a handful, the crew hired to work at Lethian's Crossing. They got to babysit the Forge-bound and survived the last few years with minor losses. The band is too small to be a serious threat to the disfavored or the chorus. But they are scourge-worshipping berserks that will adopt any enemy for the right price. Maybe even Kairos.
Before Kairos came, the tiers were the Younger Realms, the Bastard tier, and the Free Cities, in about that order of prominence. We all trace our roots back to the Five Wives, though sometimes a bit of ancestral shoreline seems all we have in common. Haven, Azure, Apex, and Stalwart have been the four major forces of the tiers for the last 4 centuries. A few other dynasties have tried their hand, but all eventually were defeated or absorbed into the 4 we know today. Not sure when the term younger came into fashion, but it's always been a term of humble contrast. Just look at old walls. Someone was here before us and built them. Don't know really anything about them, but it stands to reason they're used to being older realms that did all the construction. Before Kairos came, the tiers were the Younger Realms. Yeah, we already had that. It's the northernmost of the tiers and the choke point to the Northern Empire. It's been a hub of trade for centuries, and a long line of merchant families and private armies have kept the realm largely lawless. Though many of us, I guess, used to joke about the bastard city being sacked by rabid dogs, Tungon's capture of the city was a terrible blow to the morale of the tiersmen. We knew that day Kairos was more than just a fun story to scare your kids. There's little free about the Free Cities, save for their independence from the Younger Realms. They're not physically adjacent, but rather politically allied by their shared hatred of the other realm. Most all of the Free Cities were defeated with little effort by Kairos' forces. The way I heard it, Narat just had to have agents hire up their mercenaries and order them to simply be elsewhere when the armies of the Overlord arrive.
Ask away. I know a great deal of the mages of the tiers, or at least their history. Most are dead now. I know a little less about the guilds sworn to Kairos' archons, but I try to make an effort to know my opposition.
The Earthshakers are the disciples of Cairn, Archon of Stone, and they share their master's command of tremors and soil. And they also share Cairn's aloof, brooding temperament. From what I gather, the Earthshakers serve the disfavored, but the relationship has been deeply strained by Cairn's fall from grace. You can imagine there's the fear Cairn shared with them, something subversive and treasonous. The Blood Chanters are the voices of Marat's cabal of mages. Their magic is taken from the sigil of Siren, and from techniques stolen from the school of Wild Wrath, namely their magic of fire as learned from Thousand Embers, Archon of Fire. They barely qualify as a proper school or guild, most of them barely literate, and I bet most of them didn't learn a damn thing, just had their knowledge shoved into their heads by Narat. They have all the brutal buffoonery of the chorus, but with the magic to make their bloodlust contagious. Their only redeeming feature, is they make the sages seem not half bad. The Forge-bound have an unusual sort of magic. They specialize in slow, painstaking rituals that do not produce the dazzling blasts of energy and shards of flying ice like my own magic. Instead, their spells render them immune to the fires of the forge, and at one with their tools of the trade. I made a bit of fascination with the guild. I much prefer the powered brutality of my own magic, but if I lived in a calmer, wiser time, I think there could be great satisfaction in using magic to become the master of one's craft. Behind the Tidecasters, the sages of the School of Ink and Quill are the second oldest arcane institution in the tiers. We go way back a ways. There's a lot of bad blood. If I'm being objective, the sages claim to be scholars interested in collecting, archiving, and preserving lore for and from all humanity. They're quite keen to gather lore, but in no sense do they seek to share their knowledge with their tiersmen. Many of our secrets have been pilfered by sages' spies over the centuries. And we're not alone. The sages have the secrets of many other guilds. Their generations of theft have made them versatile and dangerous. Our patron, Occulted Jade, Archon of Tides, is as old as the settlers of the Five Wives, and for nearly 5 centuries we were masters of the coasts and the rivers. These days it's a school of one. You're looking at it. Yeah. Blah 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 blah. Lots of stuff. School of Tides. Nobody knows if she still lives. Archon would defend it, but the Archon vanished across the seas, taking nearly the entire School of Tides with her into exile across uncharted waters. Okay. About a year or so before the troops arrived in the Bastard Tier, Occulted Jade proclaimed the age of the Tiers was over, and said she'd depart southwest into unknown, unending ocean, rather than face Kairos. Most of my guildmates went along, choosing to risk the endless high seas rather than risk battle. A few of us, the militants, as our peaceful brethren dubbed us, chose to stand and fight. To my knowledge, I am the last of those who decided to stay and fight. There have been several to crop up and wither across the centuries. The Cutters Guild took their healing magic north centuries ago. The School of Flowering Winter always limped along as an inconsequential group of gardeners. Most other schools in the tiers fizzled out early, slain by suspicious neighbors, or subverted and destroyed by one of the big 3 schools.
Ask away.
Alright, that is probably enough of that for the moment. What are we to do? We are to talk to Tumang in the Bastard City. So let's go do that. How do I get there? We are here. Burning Library, Iron Hearth. Blah 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 blah. Ah, now we can actually move here. We can also see the other spire. That's quite interesting. That might be worth checking out also. But first we must go to the Bastard City. We have some nobles and the Lady Lucretius. Doesn't sound like a lady name. Oh, greetings. Anna Lucretius, formerly of Thistleholm. You have the look of someone who belongs here. A fate binder, no doubt. You need something from me? Trying to look brave, I warrant. But if you crane an ear to any of their conversations, you'll hear a different tale. 3 years since Tumang set up shop in the Bastard City. We're still getting used to our new masters and figure out what we can and can't ask of them. These are smart, ring-plenty folk. The way they approach Tumang, you'd think they were raised under a tyrant's lash. Some have come to settle a grievance, others to pledge fealty. I've been standing around long enough to know that the Adjudicator doesn't care for empty gestures. Kairos' forces took the city as we expected them to, without mercy or restraint. The Scarlet Chorus spilled more blood than we had to give. The disfavored took their share of slaves after the Gates of Judgment. It was a dark day when we watched our countrymen hauling supplies for the Overlord. We've suffered our share of hardships, but it seems that Kairos wants us alive. It's a more generous outcome than some of us were led to believe. Like the rest of the frightened inbreds here, I came to see Tumang and ask him to right a wrong. My manor was destroyed during the conquest. I told the Adjudicator my woes, but we didn't exactly see eye to eye. It was my family's ancestral hall. The oldest stones dated back to the years when the Bastard City was naught but a dozen roofs and wagons clustering for warmth. Compared to the houses of the great lords, it was nothing special. Age had softened the wood, and its queer placement in the warehouse district set it apart from the finer grounds where lords and ladies strolled for amusement. It was a mess, but our mess all the same. I would invite you over for tea, something stronger even, but it would only disappoint. You'll find naught there but a gaping hole. Collateral damage happened. When the adjudicator cast his judgment on the bastard city, he destroyed the districts of the corrupt merchant kings, their mangers, their counting houses, and yes, the warehouses. Aged, dignified Thistleholm collapsed as a massive sinkhole opened under her foundation. The bastard city's laws may not have been perfect by Kairos' standards, but my family followed them with respect and never took a copper ring more than we deserved. I can't help but feel that my estate was not the criminal Tungang had in mind during his sentence. Well, that's the question, isn't it? I appealed to the adjudicator, thinking he would see reason. After considering my case for all of 8 seconds, he awarded me a belt of rings and a plot of land on the outskirts of the city. Tungang told me to build anew and start farming. Farming, can you believe that? It's not even that I'm opposed to the labor, but we're in a war. I can't have the Scarlet Chorus breathing down my neck, raiding my crops, and Kairos knows what else. Don't I know it? In disrespect to you or your office, I never questioned the power of Tungang's word. Come from a long line of smart, ring-savvy merchants, but even I can't reconcile Tungang's justice with Kairos' law. There's something wrong about it all. Maybe Tungang knows something I don't, or maybe... People come here for justice. They usually get a version of it, but it's Tungang's version, not theirs. Half of the time they don't even get what they wanted out of a ruling in their favor. The deed to a farm, for instance. Not to put my own ignorance on display, but if more people knew how Kairos' laws worked, they might not come here seeking a ruling at all, even a fair one. Tungang is a servant of law, but he's the Overlord's vassal as much as any of us. Sometimes it seems like he uses his position to twist everything in the Empire's favor. We're just pieces on a board, and he can move us wherever the law justifies that we stand. That doesn't sound, well, legal. We can extort her. I had no thought to dispute the ruling, but I appreciate the kindness of your tone all the same. It's an uncommon thing to find in the bastard city these days. Farewell, Fatebinder, be well. They even have bowing avatars, that's funny. We have a lot of nobles and a lot of court officers and all that good stuff. Well, let's get on with it. Mocking Blaze, Blood Mulch.
You call yourselves officers of Kairos' army, but your conduct falls short of my expectations. The court finds your accounts of Vendrian's well lacking, rife with misdirection and fallacy, fouled with baseless accusation.
Your Honor, I relate the events as I experienced them. You can well imagine why my version conflicts with his. On my honor and on that of the great general, I would sooner snap my sword than perjure myself before you, Archon. Oh, so you imply that falsehood comes easier to my lips than yours? You're a fool if you believe the Archon of Justice won't see through your lies, because the disfavored think themselves better than an honest gang.
Silence. The contradictions in your statements will be examined, and falsities threshed from truths. If we find you have perjured yourselves, Bled and Mark will see to your fate. Fatebinder, we will start with the matter of the Archons. Graven Ash and the Voices of Nerat have declared war upon each other. In addition to violating Kairos' peace, they have thrown the conquest of the Tears into disarray. By all accounts, these hostilities began shortly after your arrival. Tell us what transpired. Your perspective is appreciated, but the dispositions of the two Archons are already a matter of record. Loyal subjects of Kairos have drawn blood from each other, a cardinal crime. Something happened at Vendrian's Well to trigger this feud.
The disfavored were more deserving of the honor. Our tactics and training outmatched the Vendrian Guard at every turn. What balderdash! The disfavored couldn't trip over a straw hat, but if they had a week to strategize. Our howling mob was better equipped to overwhelm the Vendrian Guard. Our recruits are ready to throw themselves at the enemy. Only Ash and his legion would agree to a plan.
The Fatebinder presents testimony. I warned you both against speaking out of turn. Something more than a mere disagreement unraveled this campaign. But I will return to that in time. Let us speak of Ascension Hall. From all accounts, it would seem you were instrumental in its capture, or so the petitioner of the Scarlet Chorus testifies. The disfavored commander has a dimmer view of the matter. Lend me your perspective. The edict meant certain doom if the siege failed. So why, when your survival depended on it, did you join your strength to the Scarlet Chorus and not the elite disfavored?
It's because chat said so. Is the real answer, at least. But I suppose we have to give a lore reason. Why did I? Let's say number 2.
I will consider this testimony at length. The court thanks you for it. Is there anything you wish to add at this time? Your testimony is accepted by the court. The statements of our guests raise questions in my mind. There is much about this campaign that has caused me to wonder. A shipment of iron weapons was short on arrival. Where coveted iron is concerned, I don't believe it to be a clerical error. One of my agents recovered this seal in Echo Call. It belongs to a merchant collective. Lethian's Crossing is teeming with their kind. If you would root out treachery, I would advise starting there. Petitioners, leave us. I would have a private audience with the Fatebinder. Ascend and join me. You will find the way opened.
Poof.
I got it.
Okay, now we can actually tell Tuma what's going on, which is that everybody is an idiot. There we go. Quite like Tuma, actually. Definitely try to get favor with him.
This civil war, this feud, is an insult to Kairos' peace. It should not have taken the better part of a year to silence the last vestiges of the Oathbreakers. Our allies squabble while our enemies regroup. It falls upon the court to measure the extent of the damage, and to execute the agents of disorder. I suspect that treachery, negligence, disunity, and greed have infected one or both of our esteemed allies. Until you are instructed otherwise, this matter is the court's primary focus. Graven Ash and the voices of Nerat must be examined in close detail. You are charged with observing the Archons and presenting your case that one of them has wrought chaos and disorder upon the Tears. It's possible, but the momentum of the conquest up to this point suggests otherwise. The failure at Vendrian's Well implies a coordinated will behind the chaos. As always, you will be held accountable for what you do in the court's name. But you are free to conduct your investigation in the manner of your choosing. You must expect lies, misdirection, and manipulation. Suffer not such obstructions of justice.
Why would the momentum of the conquest suggest that they are not both guilty? That seems dubious.
They say the voices of Nerat holds you in higher regard than most. Use this alliance to enter his confidence. It seems unlikely the Archon of Secrets is more honest with friends than with rivals, but to his friends, he has been known to divulge much. The disfavored will likely be less cooperative with your investigation. They will no doubt assume Graven Ash's honor is beyond reproach, which is all the more reason to scrutinize the Archon of War closely. And if the ironclad forces discourage your inquiry, I charge you to make them talk. Speak their language of battle if you must. Your fellow Fatebinders have been busy acting as my eyes and ears. I have a few leads for you to follow. You should, of course, speak with your brothers and sisters of the court if you need further counsel. The disfavored have made use of the Sage's network of dovecotes and messenger birds as they come under capture. I've heard multiple claims of strategic communications gone missing. The Sages are broken, their citadel in flames, but they were not slaughtered to the last. Some of their numbers still congregate around the smoking husk of their burning library. If they have been reading disfavored communications, learn what they learned, then execute them. The Oathbreakers were reported to be using iron armaments, more than they might acquire from looting what few disfavored they killed. Any iron in the tiers not rusted through was made by forge-bound hands in Lethian's Crossing. Between craftsman and quartermaster, someone let iron fall into enemy hands. Investigate this matter and bring the thieves to justice. There is a final matter to discuss. A sensitive topic. In spite of the many shortcomings at Vendrian's Well, you managed to make a name for yourself. You proclaimed an Edict of Kairos, resolved its demanding conditions, and ascended the mountain spire. Any one of these feats would be worthy of recognition by the highest authority. You managed to accomplish 3. It pleases me that you grasp your role, as long as you temper it with a sense of duty. Whether by design or by accident, you have captured the attention of Kairos's army and the local tiersmen alike. This is no small opportunity, and the court charges you with exploiting your new standing to its fullest potential. You have a title in our hierarchy. However, it's a little-known secret that one's standing in the world is determined by their infamy, their deeds, and how they come to be known. Mind this notion as you bring justice to this lawless frontier. There may come a time when your deeds speak for you louder than any title. Whatever you did to capture the attention of the masses at Vendrian's Well, I would encourage you to do so again. Good. It falls to us to set a new standard for these southern barbarians. You are dismissed.
Oh, now.
Should the court have need of your presence, you will receive word. Go forth and do my bidding, and bring glory and honor to the tiers in Kairos' name.
Alright. So we get a whole bunch of quests, including smaller and bigger ones, as is usual. And gather evidence against the Archons. That sounds kind of fun. Especially given that the Archons are not exactly sympathetic. See what they have to say. Desktop dictatorship, yes, pretty much. That is what we are playing here. Although this is my first ever run through, so I don't really know too much about how it goes or what the story entails. But that's fun. Welcome back, kid. Amusing as it would have been to watch the edict drop, I guess I'm glad you lived. Sided with the Scarlet Chorus, huh? You like secrets and trickery. Let's see. Archon of the Elderly. It's not surprising that he'd be cautious. Ash's Legion has warred without reinforcements for years. Unlike the Voices, when his soldiers die, his army dwindles. I imagine you're off to meet the Voices for, well, whatever it is he has in mind. But first you and I need to have a little chat. Everyone's keeping an eye on you, because you did something nobody has done before. Got a guess as to what that might be? All of that is true, I suppose. Spire, evasive stand. I guess your rhetorical question. I'm gonna pick this one. Second, actually, but not that. Proclaiming an edict isn't new, either surviving or resolving the commandments of an edict. But you're the first to proclaim and resolve the very same edict, and it didn't kill you. In one fell swoop, you survived your second edict, resolved the very one you had proclaimed, and woke an arcane structure that had slept for several centuries. More or less. Mostly more. Excuse me. I don't care what you do with the information, but you should know the danger you're in now that you've put yourself on the map. When you're dealing with Voices, don't forget that he'll be doing everything he can to figure out what makes you different, and how he can use it for his own gain. Well, that's good to know, I suppose. Actually, before I do that... Well, actually, I can go now. We can go to the Sunset Spire, but I don't really have anything important to do there. There is the Cacophony I can go to, where Ngarat is hanging out now, I guess. Going to the library, I'm not allowed to. Iron Hearth is, of course, where the other guys are hanging out. That is to be expected. This is the Stalwart thing. All clear. I guess we shall make our way to Cacophony, huh? Looks like a nice place, as usual. Welcome to Cacophony, Fatebinder. Ngarat's said to be expecting you. Northeast corner of the camp, near the only real buildings left. If he's not on his throne, he's wandering not too far from it. It's the main stronghold of the Scarlet Chorus in the Tiers. All chorus groups have some of their people here. Horde, Scarlet Furies, Blood Chanters, Bloodhound, even the Beastmen. Everybody's got their own section of camp. Better that way. Keeps the brawling to a minimum. Got a merchant here if you need to buy anything. There's also the quartermaster, but Ngarat's got to give him the say-so before you're allowed to get your hands on chorus goods. Alright, so that's the main base. I like that they do this saluting thing in their actual animations. These are meant to be disfavored guys, right? Bunch of dudes are fighting each other. There's some beastmen here. Very fascinating. Do you have anything to say? Not really. There's a beastman pen. Fascinating stuff, all of that. Let's see, Bloodhound Camp is over here, Scarlet Fury. And then I guess we just go up. Although you're probably meant to like first loot everything, but we can do that later. Let's have a look. What do we have here? It's the Voices of Marat. How pleasant. Fatebinder, what a pleasant surprise. We were observing this mound of insects and comparing it to the siege of Vendrian's Well. This particularly fat beetle under our thumb represents a graven ash. Doesn't he squirm beautifully? As if proclaiming and resolving the same edict weren't impressive enough, you find the temerity to reject graven ash and support our right to conquer these lands. You deserve a just reward when this is over, but it's too early to congratulate ourselves while there's plenty of war still to fight. What do you need to know? We're dizzy with answers. Of course you have questions. We'd be disappointed if you didn't have any. Our first priority is to humiliate that piss bucket Graven Ash, but we'll have a better chance of it once every corner of the tiers is wearing red. Do you see our design, Fatebinder? Does our madness complement our method? We'll invite every man, woman, or child who draws breath and occupies this fingernail of a peninsula to join the Scarlet Chorus. Oh, don't encourage him. He's already got his own small council of sycophants in his head. Isn't it? Graven Ash would slash and burn this whole continent, but we must counter his wanton evil with acceptance and tolerance for these poor tearsmen. Conquest is a delicate matter. It needs feeding, watering, soft caresses, a lullaby before bed. We will invite the leaders of the resistance to join us. If we have their leaders, the people will follow. You will bring them to us, yes? Chiefs and the assets of chiefdom. As for how you factor into these plans, that is in part up to you. We have many ingots in the fire. It's more of a question of what piques your interests. A document of great power, the Silent Archive, rests in the burning library. The archive is said to hold many secrets, any of which we can twist to our advantage. One of our gang bosses, the Censor, seeks the entrance to this queenly treasure. Aid her in the search, and dispatch her back to us with any findings. Tungung's arcane smith set up shop in Lethian's Crossing. With simple ore dredged from the heart of Taratus, they can assemble wondrous crafts of iron. Our intellect swells, overfull with secrets, yet we are ignorant of the iron secret. Seek out the forge-bound and their master who even now makes for Lethian's Crossing. Have her sent to Cacophony. I will guarantee her protection and safeguard her knowledge. An artist such as herself needs to be shielded from the perils of war. According to the whispers of her spies, a greybeard by the name of Eldian may be able to tell you more. We are nothing if not receptive to the wisdom of ages. Report back to us when you are finished. Our intelligence may be of use to you. A repository of books engulfed in the flame of Kairos' edict, yet the pages refuse to burn. The sages cast protective magic over their ancient archive. Books by the thousand lay bare for the reading, but forbidden and hot to the touch. Then there's the greatest treasure of all, the Silent Archive, an intelligent, living text. The archive is safeguarded in the lowest depths of the library, locked away from undeserving eyes. Our censor, dispatched to the library, seeks the archive as we speak. A construct of magic and knowledge. It is a mere scroll to the touch, but it contains bottomless multitudes. Each of the library's collected words given the soil to flourish and blossom. To possess the Silent Archive is to carry the Vellum Citadel in your back pocket. Oh, don't be modest. It's a great honor to be Kairos' fire starter. The sages had plenty of chances to surrender, and the siege against their warding magic would have cost so many more lives. Really, it was an act of mercy. A gang boss of no small standing, she takes it upon herself to be our Department of Information, burdened with matters of secrecy and lore. We send her into conquered lands, and she returns with armloads of scrolls for our perusal. Okay, yeah, we know all that. I don't really care about this. Sure, that's very exciting. So we have a collection of evidence here. His favorite soldiers killed sages who were recruited to the Scarlet Chorus. Voice of Marat wants to forge bound master. Unleash the Archon Siring who sowed chaos. And they seek the forbidden knowledge of this silent archive. But all of that is kind of to be expected, right? We need to find a way to the Lethian's Crossing Spire. Yeah, so we can go to the spire as well directly and find stuff out. And then first we will talk to Seven Toes. It's an awkward thing to have, 7 toes. That's probably not very good for your sense of balance, is it? Hail, Fatebinder. The voices of Marat ordered me to answer any of your pestering questions, so I guess that's what I'm here to do. Not what I'd call a lieutenant's work, but I'm not here to question the voices. You're clearly going places in the world, Seven. You should take pride in that. Feels like a century since we ran together in Old Azure. You had more hair. I had all 10 toes, and better balance to boot. See, there you have it. I always saw myself as more of a gang boss, but in the end I carved out this cozy little niche for myself. By the time this war is done, we'll be unrecognizable, either lying in a mass grave or leading forces from the rear. Isn't that right, big boy? It is true that I no longer resemble myself, but under this armor I'm still every bit the northerner who Ash recruited. Some things will never change. So, what do you need from me? She was my gang boss, back when we were called the Spitted Darlings. Vers had just come off her other gang, the Bungy Wastrels. All of them mauled or eaten by beasts in Azure. Of course, you're right. Those weren't easy days, but damned if we didn't walk away with our lives and a few stories to our name. I started out like most Scarlet Corps rats, conscripted off the farm and armed with a pitchfork. It didn't take me long to warm up to the idea of Kairos' army. We had more freedom than the Tiers ever allowed, and I've never been opposed to joining the winging side. I didn't want to see the whole war from the front lines, so the first order of business was to kill my gang boss and take his place. Easily done. He was a louse. I ran with at least a half dozen gangs since the start of the conquest, and it funneled me all the way to Cacophony. It's not an easy life, but there's no lack of amusement to be had, and plenty of opportunities for advancement. If you're curious how I got this gig, you can check out the previous lieutenant over there. The Voices is a sucker for ambition and clever solutions to a problem. He's the boss. He calls the shots and I follow. I don't ask a lot of questions. I'll say this much. You don't want to insult him, especially when he's going on about his art. He takes that sort of thing personally. Not that you could really tell under that great bronze helmet of his. I enjoy surviving, and right now the chorus is the only way to do it. The disfavor don't allow foreigners into their legion. Until the war is over and the tears under Kairos' heel, it's red or dead. I never suspected I would have a taste for the work until I got started at the front lines. Something about carving a path through your enemies and watching the army grow behind you is just satisfying. It makes me feel good to belong to something. Go ahead. Can't have you doing the Voice's bidding uninformed. He's not what you'd call a perfectionist, at least by our understanding of the word, but he likes to have his orders understood. Used to be known as the Vellum Citadel. It's not a pretty sight since Kairos' Edict of Fire burned up the old Sage Fortress and made the treasure inside damn near unreachable to anyone. That won't stop the Censor from trying. We still find reasons to fight for that flaming hole in the ground. There's something called the Silent Archive that the Voices seem to think he can recover. Even if we pulled some books out of that inferno, I can't think of anyone but him who could read them. One of the Voice's gang bosses. She takes the duty of controlling information, as if the Archon couldn't do it himself. My guess, she wants to be the next Archon of Secrets, so she's positioning himself as the middle woman between the Voices and any words of wisdom he considers valuable. We'll see how long that lasts. Okay, but we know all of this stuff. Yeah, Lething's Crossing, know all of that. That's all very exciting. Don't care. Cool, okay, so that's nothing that we didn't already know. App is dismayed by my demanding, domineering ways. Whatever those are. Capable ways, elated by your capable ways. Okay. To get Teratus' embrace. We're lifted into the sky, healing allies and harming... Ah, that's good. Because the thing is, I swapped my healer for Ebb, and so I'm a little worried about the healing levels. But if she has very special healing powers, that will work for me. Now let's, as always, loot all of the nonsense. This is an RPG, and you gotta loot. One day I'd like to play an RPG where like people actually get mad at you if you take their stuff. That's what left of that guy. More heavy boots. That's not that exciting. Where's the merchant? I need to sell some stuff, probably, maybe. Bloodhound, Cacophony, Marketplace, okay.
Sorry, I can't.
We need the bodies, you mewling pissers. Unlike you cockered pig nuts, these conscripts can survive a battle. So they say to save their necks. But what good's the word of oath breakers and cowards? Fatebinder, yes, Fatebinder, good of you to come along. You just saved this Fury's neck. I find that unlikely. Scarlet Furies don't surrender their necks to anyone without a fight. Your guts would have pulled around your feet before that happened. Damn slew of Oathbreakers came crawling to us less than a fortnight ago, so we trussed the lot up like beastmen for roast. Why should we welcome liars and defectors to guard our backs? Come now, Fatebinder, you're a clever sort. Tell us your thoughts. We ought to throw them in the pit. Let alone survive or join us. It's the way of the chorus, right, boss? The pit serves for merriment and to weed out fen-sucked weaklings like you. In this case it would be but a waste of resources. There's a part of the splinter that held off the disfavored Adventuring's well for many months. We should integrate them into my unit of Furies. Sure. I'll be sated just to have the squabbling done with. But you can't win a war with only fish-necked slatterns and a sea of blood. We need skilled fighters to wield our blades. Scarlet Chorus doesn't lack for meat to throw at the enemy, but is always in need of experience. If you ask me, those with training should go to the Scarlet Furies. Anything less would be a waste of talent. We might be made of tearsmen, but we're loyal to Kairos. The chorus ain't an open cattle call to any turncoat who's got a sharpened weapon and a decent pair of boots. Toss him in the pit, boss, and I'll donate a share of the proceeds to you. Well, obviously we give them to the Scarlet Furies, since that's actually smart. I'll see them assigned to a suicide mission at once. If the henpeckers can survive that, then they'll be worthy to serve my Furies. A pity that we are forced to grow the ranks of an army that can't be troubled to support its existing ranks. Yeah, Barrack will be unhappy with a lot of stuff going on, I guess. But this is very much a game in which you cannot please everybody. No cowardly go for the keep everyone happy option here.
Is that all? I've got this.
Blood-soaked mantle. Minus 15% recovery time while has wounds. Ooh. Is that good? Where do the mantles even go? You can have that, I suppose. What is it for shields? Is that a better shield? No, I guess that's... No, it's not. Fair enough. I can make do with all that. So far that's not been too difficult. I wonder if the combat will get more difficult. Combat in the opening sections is very easy, but I'm also not super good at this game. Are you the merchant? Where's the merchant? Are you the merchant? You're probably the merchant. It doesn't really have anything that I care about. But I can probably sell a lot of nonsense that I don't care about either. Sure. Iron greatsword. So much like heavy armor crap that I don't need. Huge and huge amounts of it can all go away. Not that I really have much use for what I do with the money, but might as well clean it up. No woman's sandals. White leather gauntlets. Bronze bracers. So much crap everywhere. This is very much a hoarder's paradise, this game. Light bronze greaves. Vendrian guard helmets. Dress ourselves up as a Vendrian guy all the way. Do like dressing up, but needs to have some use. Alright, that's a lot of money. Now to see if you have anything that I actually want. Which is probably not the case. Oh, I can get the target's emotions. So I guess that's like charm. Create magical flames. Definitely want to have all the healing potions that ever were. La 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 la. Okay, that keeps you alive when defeated. Oh, hey Franco, good to see you. I was hoping that you would make it. Good afternoon also. I've been going for almost an hour and a half or so, but not too long. I didn't do a whole much more than going to Tungon and talking to him and exploring the lore a little bit of the tiers and of the spires and all that stuff. And now Tungon has sent me back with what I guess is the beginning of the main quest, right? To investigate the Archons. Just for your reference. And I swapped out Landry for Eb. Eb is a cool character, so I kind of like her more, and I hope that I won't miss the healing magic too much. Ah, new magic. Yeah, actually I might... It's always very expensive, right? So I keep not buying it, but I might actually... just for the fun of it. No, not you. Tempted to buy the Sigil of Fire. Maybe I'll buy the other one too. You don't have enough money. Me? Not enough money? How dare you? Sell some of this nonsense? Sell the shield that I don't use. Come on. I guess I need 5 more. An iron greatsword and some kind of knife and some kind of other thing. And like a dagger that I'm not going to use. There we go. That also cleans up a little bit. Play around and see what the new core skills can do. Yeah, that's exactly the idea. I might as well, you know, since it's clearly an important part of the game, I might as well actually make use of it. Oh, I guess I need to read them first, right? Learn new. Sigil of Emotions. Did that work? Yeah, Sigil of Fire. And this one we already know. So this, I am guessing, is like charm and stuff like that, right? It's the classic RPG concept. Distant impact, single target near the caster. Let's see what that is. Taunting jest. Filling the target with hatred and taunting them to attack. Which is useful. Although he already has taunt skills. Enrage mind, causing ally to fly into a furious rage. The ally gains the effect of the enraged affliction. More health. Temporary. Oh, it's like berserk, right? I guess like the barbarian berserk kind of thing. Recovery reduced, health increased. Yep, exactly. So you give them a... Okay. Now let's look at the other one. Searing Palm. Gather heated energy into your hands and release it into a foe, burning over time. It's a little bit like the fire arrow that she has, I guess. It's like... what's that, the D&D one called again? Flaming hands? Something like this? Can't think of the right phrase now. His AoE spells are pretty nifty. Ooh, Fireball. Everybody likes Fireball, right? Yeah, we definitely gotta get this. Everybody likes Fireball. You can never go wrong with Fireball. Yes, give everybody Fireball. There's one thing that defines RPGs is that you should always cast Fireball. That's actually why in D&D 5th edition they deliberately made Fireball a little more powerful, a little lower level than you would expect for its power, because it is such a such an iconic spell that they wanted people to get access to it rather quickly. I am a Fireball enjoyer on my own. Yes, exactly. We're all in the Fireball Havers League. We can give it an intensity sigil, making it even stronger, which I can use, and she can also use. We'll have the super good version of it, which I think I also did here, I believe. It's good to have some AoE spells, right? Because we have had a lot of times that like the enemies are always grouped up, but they're always grouped up pretty near you. The only problem is that, at least I find so far, is that it's kind of like in Baldur's Gate, where the spell casting is a little slow with respect to the movement of enemies. So, you always have this classic problem that you want to cast an AoE spell while they're over there, and then they've already moved towards you. I love having big AoE spells and simply blasting 3 AoE. Yeah, and also, like, it does seem to give you, kind of like in the Baldur's Gate 1 exploit style, right? It does give you that opportunity to, like, stand on the edge of the sort of zone of control or zone of visibility and like throw the AoE first and then start the combat. So that seems pretty good. I need to keep remembering that everybody can use it. I also did some chatting to the party members. Glyphs for even wider range. Yeah, that figures, right? It would be an accent to extend AoE range. Which will definitely be worth getting if I find it somewhere. Maybe the sages have that sort of thing. You would expect magic to be somewhere. It would certainly be in the Burning Citadel stuff. So this is shining, I guess, because I haven't been here yet. I can go to the mountain spire, Vendrian's well. Do the stuff there. Investigate the iron. Or have a look at the other spire. Now part of me is like, what the hell should I do with these damn Archon ones? So maybe we should actually just go here. Oh, that is where Lethian's Crossing is. Ah, I see. That's the iron ore stuff. But we're also supposed to find out how to get into this spire, so I think I will do that. Oh. It's an ambush. You have been waylaid by enemies and must defend yourself. I wonder if this is a real random encounter or another talk encounter like last time. It's more like a talk encounter. Absolutely not. I've come through Ironhold Trail more times than I can remember. No one ever asked for a toll before, and I won't be paying one now. Fatebinder, surely you of all people can help me. My name is Aster, and I must get to Lethian's Crossing. I have goods to deliver. Tell this man I will not be paying a toll to him or anyone, and he is to let me through. Greetings, Fatebinder. Sorry you have been drawn into this. What you've stumbled into here is merely a conflict of the changing times. I'm Will of the Bronze Brotherhood. Ironhold Trail is under our protection, and anyone passing through must obey our rules. If this gentleman would like passage through our land, a simple donation is required. These funds help our cause and keep Ironhold a safe place for all travelers. Clearly you both can see the value in that. And who exactly is keeping it safe? You standing there with your weapons at the ready against me? I am naught but a travelling merchant. I have no money to spare and I certainly pose no threat to anyone. Keep this area safe indeed. You are the only threat here. Fatebinder, please, talk some sense into this man. So we can make the location happy or not. Yeah, I think I'll call him off. Thank you, Fatebinder. You've done a great deal of good today. And you brute, move aside and let me pass. It's not really that I care about the merchants, but I don't want to be held up by this nonsense. Perhaps you want to reconsider your stance on the matter, Fatebinder. Passage is bought with rings or blood, but I'll happily take both. Oh, he's actually threatening me, is he? And then he decides to leave anyway. Okay, fine with me, but I still want to get through. So a Fatebinder in our little corner of the world. Who'd ever thought this would happen? You're walking a dangerous line, Fatebinder. The Bronze Brotherhood never back down from threats. Normally I'd knock you down where you stand for threatening me, but Raytomon demanded to see you if you came through here. I thought it was crazy saying you'd be visiting Lethian's Crossing. Looks like I owe him a few rings. Not that there's a shortage of those out here. What can this humble servant of the Brotherhood do for you, Fatebinder? And don't ask me to let you through, because that isn't happening. Someone made the mistake of giving this little man too much power, and he's about to discover what happens when you stand in my way. With pleasure. Hey, shitmeat! Do you plan on moving your ass this century, or do we have to stand here jawing like a bunch of greybeards? We're on a mission, and staring at your ugly mug and catching up on the past won't get it done any faster. Are you going to move on, or do you need to start cutting? Because I'm partial to either option. I would help you, but my boss told me to guard this bridge. No one gets by without Raytomon's permission. Pyros, give me strength. You deserve this far more than I'm going to enjoy it. And then, punches the guy in the head. Hold on, I'm just doing my job. I apologize if I offended. Raytomon will have my head if I let you through. There's nothing I can do about it. I thought he just said that Raytomon wanted to speak to me. Ah, there he is. Striking man with a shock of bright blonde hair approaches. He watches you intently. And here's the Fatebinder. I knew we'd see you. I was just wondering when. One trip to Lethian's Crossing wasn't enough, Governor. You have to return when no one asked you to come. Throwing me out of my home wasn't sufficient. Are you here to disrupt my life some more? You aren't done. It doesn't really matter why you're here. I don't care. I have more important things to worry about. In case you've forgotten me already, my name is Raytomon. I'm First Brother, leader of the Bronze Brotherhood. Sort of like Battle Brothers, I guess. But I'm sure you already know that. I couldn't help but see you over here talking to Will and that traveling merchant. Only here for a moment and are you sticking your nose where it doesn't belong, aren't you? I don't appreciate others invading my territory, Fatebinder. I told him he had to speak to you, Raytomon. He wanted through, but I told him no. If you don't give me the signal, the Fatebinder isn't getting into Lethian's Crossing. No one will invade your territory. Watch yourself while you're a guest in my land. If you've come to stir up more trouble, we are well equipped, and will not back down in the defense of what is rightfully ours. Welby and I might not always agree, but that is one point we see eye to eye on. If you step out of line, we will both correct you. You are not welcome here. Now tell me what you want or leave. I care not about Kairos' forces. I've already reaped the rewards of my loyalty, and I will not make that mistake again. You've taken my home, but I will have it back. I won't cower when you raise your voice against me, lapdog. Such arrogance is the precursor to a mighty fall, Fatebinder. I might not currently have control of Lethian's Crossing, but we both know possessions are fleeting. Lethian's Crossing is my home, and your imagined control over our lives doesn't change that fact. I don't say the affairs of the Brotherhood are your business, Fatebinder. Suffice it to say, the funds we receive from our tolls helps keep the land around Lethian's Crossing safe. We are owed our dues, and we shall have them. We are a humble group with noble, long-held traditions on the side of right and honor. There is an injustice that needs to be rectified, we are called. Well, since I'm pissing them off anyway. You want to be crass, then yes, people pay us for our services. But it's hardly the reason we do what we do. If I let you through, you must promise to behave. I have enough problems dealing with everyone else. I don't need the hassle of keeping an eye on you, too. So watch yourself. I might not currently have control of my city, but I have eyes everywhere. If you stir up trouble, I will know. Let the Fatebinder through. Do nothing to delay or accost this party, or you'll answer to me. I had such high hopes for her as my first axe. The continued success of the Brotherhood should be the single most important goal for anyone who is a member. She seems to have forgotten her place. She is not the head of this band. I am. If she doesn't stop overreaching, I will have to replace her with someone who knows how to obey. We were asked to do a job and we did it. Then what happens? You throw us out of our home. I've been thrown out of my home. By all rights, that city is ours, and suddenly Kairos wants it. I intend to get it back. I refuse to let this matter die. We protected the crossing for years and even ensured Kairos' forces could do business here when the rat asked us to. No, we did the job we were asked, and this land belongs to us. I don't appreciate your tone or the implications of what you're saying, Fatebinder. This is a mere matter of principle. We performed a service and we were paid for that service. Don't try to glibly explain away a complex situation. This is our home. This is my home. I will have it, no one else. Now, if all you came here to do is insult me and mine, I would suggest you leave. I certainly hope that isn't the case. You've got Raytaman's permission to go, Fatebinder, so go. Well, that was all very pleasant. These guys have anything to say or anything useful going on? It appears not. Anything to look at here? Also appears not. So I guess these guys are the collective Nickies of this world. That is truly tragic. Probably their city didn't merge and therefore it got deleted. No one's going to get that reference, right? At least the chat seems to be working again on screen. For some reason in my last stream it didn't work. Stop there, Fatebinder, not another step. You are not welcome in Lethian's Crossing. I'm warning you, we will kill you if you don't turn around. You really are crazy, aren't you? Maybe all those stories about you are true. I'm not sticking around to find out. Well, crazy enough. So now we just have to deal with one Earthshaker. That shouldn't be too hard. Let's try some of our newfound success.
Look at that, future corpse.
Oh, there are more people here. Why are you disengaging? Oh. Hmm.
Oh, now I have to kill you.
So that should be pretty okay.
Fuck.
Is he healing himself? Oh yeah, yeah, he is healing himself. That's fascinating.
On my command!
Wow, Barak is having some trouble here. Guess we don't have our healer now. What's our guy doing? He's doing okay. Can you give it to yourself? Oh, that's not allowed. It's interesting, very interesting in fact. A little problematic. Frenzied Rage? Frenzied Rage.
No can do.
Right. What's all that about? Nice, well done first.
Why can't I hit?
We can get Barak a little bit out of here.
Anything?
That again.
Negative, Fatebinder.
Get back here!
Ah, damn it, he caught up. This is always the classic move in running around. I don't think I actually have anything to heal him. I don't know if there's friendly fire on AoE stuff, it doesn't seem that way.
I will aid you.
Well, that also works.
On it.
Gotta get our man some healing potions though. Because that does not work on yourself, apparently. Sturdy metal pole. Ooh. Interesting. Now the question is, can we do what you are suggesting and can we have everybody throw fireballs? Because that would be pretty amusing, to be fair.
Send them at me in waves!
They didn't even do it. What's with this guy? I specifically told him to do it. Why did that not work? What? It's very stupid. Alright, I guess we're not doing that then. But they're all going for this guy.
Nobody saw that, right?
And there we go.
Die! I don't think so.
Nice. I need to heal a little bit.
Can't wait to try that again. Bleed out, you little shit.
Guys are healing almost as fast as we can attack them. That's not good.
You got it.
Grovel before me!
That probably works a little better. Guess these guys all have healing, so that makes it a little tougher. But it works just fine. Marshberry. Oh. Fascinating. Argent bronze? What does that mean? The name of this guy? Yeah. Okay.
See that?
Frozen shackles. Impediment made for short-term prisoners. Cold air, blah blah blah. When critically hit, lost. Exciting. I guess it's one of those random things that you can use. Where did that go? Here? No. Who just got that? to take that, right? Yes. Huh. Am I just not seeing it? It's not here. Not that. Am I crazy? Did that just disappear? That shackle thing? Very strange. Well, so be it. It's not important. I'm not gonna overthink that. Guess we cannot click at all.
Sorry, I can't.
Ah, I guess because we gotta get up there for that. Pretty sure that that just disappeared. That's very weird. I meant to get up here somewhere.
Can't do that.
No, there's no way to get up there. Fair enough. Lower the bridge. Use the sturdy metal pole. Might as well get the sturdy metal pole. I guess if you didn't have enough athletics, you would just be stuck here. I actually need to fight those guys. Probably. So this says fireball, but is he actually going to do it this time? Vintara.
No dice.
Send them at me in waves.
That's how we do. Now, Barak, you must engage.
You ready?
Very nice. I think you can hit both
No.
of these at once. Is that it?
Fall before me!
Or not, I guess. I guess you have to specifically pick one.
Not a problem.
Mm-hmm. That's nice. Seems reasonably impactful.
That's a negative.
Won't do it unless you specifically focus it on one individual. Even though it can have AoE effects. But you know that.
Ah, idiot! Thinking.
Well, that's pretty cool. Look at that. That is really neat. Okay. Still counts as used even though they died before I got to use it. Let's grave strike again.
Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth.
Those ebb abilities are pretty good, even though I'm lacking in the healing I had before. That's still pretty good. That's magic missile. Can never go wrong with magic missile.
Right. This isn't working.
Maybe lose. That's very tragic.
Nothing stands in our way. So heavy.
Oh shit. Didn't even notice that he was in bad health. That's not good. It's only the second time now. He got one of those, whatever it is. Not you.
Hey!
Oh, well.
Nobody saw that, right?
Whoa. This guy does a lot of damage. Ah, it's because it's the boss, I see. That explains it. Well, no worries. Go heal.
Whatever you need.
There we go, that's better. Should have paid attention. I could easily have healed him, but I just didn't notice that he was on low health. Fine. Just an iron guard gauntlets. That's cool.
On it.
Potion of invisibility. That seems useful. Oh wow. Some advanced. So I guess it also has the system like Divinity does, where like the color indicates rareness and like how advanced it is and so on. Like purple stuff is really specifically good. Oh, I guess it's quality, right? So it says exquisite. Heavy leather armor. I don't really have any money though. I sell some more nonsense that I never use. Merchant's boots. Not really very good. Merchant's hat. Also not very good. Yeah, I don't really care about all of that. All good. Go up. Have a look.
Curious.
Okay, has a bunch more stuff. I guess because we have all the forge binders here, it means you get better equipment. There's also the sigil of a volcanic weapon. Cause a material force spell to grant burning strikes that damage targets in a line. It says a material force spell, so I guess something that's like offensive magic. Sure, why not? Let's have it. Wait, did that work? Awesome. Let's give that a go, because of the fun of magic in this game. So let's have a look. We do fire. We do fireball. Interrupt, sigil, area of effect, range, intensity, reaching grasp, sign of strength. Oh, maybe it doesn't work on this one. How about you? Haunting Jest. You also only have this. Where's the, I guess it has to be something they said was material force, so maybe they only mean the sign of force. Oh, it's all the same accents. So what was that accent I learned then? I guess it disappeared. Not everything in this game is entirely intuitive to me, but that's okay. It tells me that I learned something new. Oh yeah, that's this one. Volcanic weapon, yeah. I don't seem to be able to use it with any of these. None of these will let me do that. Maybe I have not enough lore or something, yeah? Could be. But that usually says like, cost you so much lore, blah blah blah. Lore required. Yeah, maybe it just doesn't tell you if you don't have the lore, but it doesn't tell you how much you need. That could be. I don't know if they like increasing amount of lore required. That is like in some order like that. But we have quite a bit of lore, but
Yes.
well, we'll get that up at some point.
Curious.
Curious indeed. It just gets curiouser and curiouser. We find the Raven Shawl of Rogues. Plus 10 subterfuge. Seems pretty good. I actually get it this time. Or maybe it has mysteriously disappeared somewhere. Oh, yeah, this one is here. Yeah, so I do actually get it. But where did the other one go? I need to sell these things as well. Fish, grain, armor, sky cap. Bunch of gems and stuff that I forgot to sell. Oh, weird. See that one shackle thing has just completely vanished. I wonder if that's a bug. I mean, it could be that I'm being oblivious, but... Is there something you want? Yes, but these are forge-bound matters. Nothing that concerns the High Court of Tungong, I can assure you. I keep things running smoothly. Upkeep, mostly. I'm also second in command to Lohara, so in case anything ever happens to her, I'm here to take charge. A muscular woman stands upright and turns to look at you. Ah, that's a good look. Do you kill with your left hand or your right? Normally I can tell at a glance, but you're a little harder to read. Right, noted. I'm Lohara, Master of Tempering and Forge Master of Lethian's Crossing. My tasks exceed the hours left in the day, but there is no harm in pausing my work if it means speaking with the Fatebinder. How may I be of assistance? The gauntlet is the hardest piece of the panoply, and the most rewarding to work. So many scales of so many different sizes. Then there's the rivets. I imagine you see a lot of battle in your line of work. One gauntlet is invariably going to wear out before the other. My mind is always thinking of what will need repairs first. It's as simple as that. I don't see much of it, only this. Lethian and her merchant crew settled this area a while back. The brave fools built bridges over the old walls and made themselves a crossroads trading post. Real pioneer spirit stuff. The whole place might have been ignored by Kairos' forces, except somebody's discovered there's iron everywhere. Can't wash your clothes in the river without them coming out rust-tinged. So the iron made Lethian's Crossing important enough for Kairos to want it for himself. It made good sense to move some of his forge-bound here to Lethian's Crossing. Easier to put us near the iron instead of shipping it over the mountains. That and this is a crossroads. We can resupply our allies faster than ever from our new workshop. For centuries, my guild has sought the union of magical and manual perfection. While others concern themselves with the arcane for the sake of inordinate power, we study it to overcome the traditional limits of our arts and crafts. The forge is our dominant concentration of study, but not all forge-bound work metal. Some are weavers, carpenters, and one of our other members fancies himself a chef. The wise and mighty Kairos has been kind to our guild. He offered to put our weapons and armor in the hands of those who would change the world. And he has been true to his word. Forge-bound iron has trampled the tiers, and all that oppose Kairos' forces rest their heads on forge-bound spears. Zdenia is the best leader I've had the pleasure of working under. She guides the forge-bound with a steady yet stern hand, guaranteeing all of our work is of the utmost quality and peerless in every regard. I am Zdenia's second, which is why I am the Forge Master for Lethian's Crossing. He is my second, should anything happen to me. I haven't worked with him long, so I don't know much about him or the true long-lasting quality of his work. But he was appointed by Zdenia, so he must be good at what he does. No, but as everyone asks, relics of arcane power must grow into themselves. They are never made from nothing. What I can do is use my magic to swing my hammer with perfect precision, or work a cantrip to handle molten metal with my bare hands. We can build artifacts of exceeding quality and refinement, but they must be used in great deeds to grow into relics of power. That is why we seek to put the works of our forges into the hands of the greats. True legends require the alliance of sword maker and sword master. Why walk if you could pay porters to carry you? We have ways to protect ourselves from those who would abuse us, but we study the arcane for purposes of building, not destroying. We leave that to others. They can take our implements and use them to sow chaos if they choose. I would rather take chaos and force order on it. Our most important rituals bind the crafter, tools, and materials into one entity? Close enough. In my own work, the forge bind draws the whole of my senses to the edge of the blade I'm tempering. I can see the tiniest notch, or touch my finger to the blade, and feel the razor sharpness, without breaking my skin. Such perfect execution of art has its costs, of course. Once heart and lungs become linked to flame and hammer, a dropped hammer could lead to a stopped heart. Most of our members die in the throes of their work, killed by distraction or simple error. We lose a lot of apprentices. Ecstatic. The ritual of the forge links heart to hammer. My blood beats only when I strike my ingot. My forge runs too hot if my breath becomes too hurried. The bond is both fatiguing and exhilarating. I should hope so. Better than being defiled and killed by brigands, poisoned by grain rot, or slain by childbirth. Will not a soldier wish to die in battle? Well, that and practice. But yes, the rituals link the senses to the materials and the body to the tools. My hand becomes a joint, the hammer the true end of my arm. I feel the heat of the forge as if it were weather of the room. Under such circumstances, true focus can emerge. Can? Most certainly. Will? Well, Kairos invented cues for a reason. Did he now? I have every Iron Walker and every Scarlet Chorus ringleader sending me bribes and flattery in hopes that I'll work off schedule and make them some special this or one of a kind that. I get unreasonable demands every day, but it's not the volume, it's the purpose. I do resent that Kairos demands reduce our work to mere quotas. I should be allowed to customize my work for every soldier. Only apprentices have anything to learn from making the same size helmet again and again. The disfavored have treated us as honored guests. We're given privacy, autonomy, food, and protection. In return, we give them the best iron in the tiers, and they put it to use. A favorable arrangement. But I'm no fool that I read too much into the kindness. We are a war resource, and exist only because we feed their insatiable need for quality iron. Well, that's all very cool. But I do not gain much knowledge from that. Beyond what we already knew. Vagrant's Chaw. It's hot, don't touch it. Obviously no one will mind it anyway when we unlock the cupboards while they're there.
I could bend that apart.
The forge-bound hammer.
That wasn't so hard.
Ooh. Plans is Headhunter. These plans detail how to forge the mythical blade known as Headhunter. The item can be created with access to a Spire Forge upgrade and proper materials. So it's one of those like develop your own keep things. Like they had in Baldur's Gate 2, wasn't it? You also save it, I haven't done that in a while. See what there is here. Moonrise District, Moonrise Falls, Sunset Spire, Sunrise Falls. Those are cool names. Sunrise District. That's cute. It's a sizable town.
Sorry, I can't. Interesting.
The eastern waterfall. The waterfall split from a single source somewhere above the old walls. Interesting. This looks really nice. It has like a nice sort of RPG vibe, right? It's like the village, you've got the isometric art, you've got the cool waterfalls, you've got the interesting neighborhood names, and then you've got the kind of slightly slow violin-y background music. That's exactly everything we want from an RPG. There are quite a few such philosophical dialogues in the game. Yeah, to be honest, I mean, I don't mind it at all. You know, I like slow games, and I like, as you notice, I take my time actually doing the dialogue and reading it. It's more that probably most audiences don't like it, but I don't really care. But I did actually think that this was somehow going to be quest relevant, because we're supposed to find out about the iron stuff. But they really put a lot of effort into the lore, right? Into the setting and into coming up with names for things and creating a certain sense of consistency. And what's nice about the sort of quasi-evil setting of it, I think, is that it in a way forces the writers to be a bit more consistent in thinking like, okay, you know, what would be in someone's interest? How would they actually use this? You know, like, why would these people work together? Or like, why would somebody bother with this? In a way that like is often kind of taken for granted in a lot of more classic RPG settings. It makes it all a little bit more political and instrumental, and I think that actually often makes for better writing, because it forces you to come up with motivations that are really meaningful and also subject to change given the circumstances. I found as a DM in D&D and so on, it's also often helpful to do that kind of thing, to give it a slight noir touch, just because it forces you to really have motivations for things. Well, that's great. Talk to my brother, and then the brother doesn't say anything. And I missed the Baldur's Gate thing of like, what are you doing in my house? Well, most of this looting is not really super valuable, so what I'm ultimately interested in, I guess, is on the other side, which is learning something about the spire. And what else am I trying to do here? Learn something about... Yeah, okay, I did that. I did that. Yeah. Legion Spire, the Old War. Travel there, find a way to gain access to the spire. That's it. I suppose the other Cacophony quest didn't actually fire because I didn't say that I was going there, but...
It's all in the reflexes.
I don't really care too much. We can always do that. How do we get up here? That is really the question. How do we get up here? Is the forge? You must gather your party before venturing forth. No, we were here already. Ah, there's a further way up here. That's what we're looking for. Hang on, that's where I was. That's where I was. Then how do I get up there? Or here? Because now I'm just going around in a circle, which is not good. That is not what we come for. Lethian's mistress, huh? Well, where is that then? Syrian Sanctuary. Oh yeah, we need to talk to this guy Eldian, right? Fine, let's do that. An outsider never arrives alone. At least that's what my mother always said. Seems she knew what she was talking about. I'm Eldian. Welcome to Lethian's Crossing. Well, it isn't Tugong's Fatebinder. Welcome back to the Crossing. Haven't seen you around here since you put the disfavored in charge of everything. Must say my memory seems to be failing. Something I never thought I'd say. The way people talk about how you came through and drove the Brotherhood out of town, you should be 10 feet tall and shoot lightning from your eyes. I seem to remember you being a little more human. Can't always tell the content of a pie from its crust, though, can you? For instance, who would give the town to the disfavored and then walk in and kill them all? Not that I would miss the rules and schedules, but one has to wonder why you would switch sides so readily. But enough of my prattling. You didn't come here for a history lesson or to get my opinion of your grandeur. The Adjudicator sent you for the Archon of Song, I assume. What can this old fool do for you? Siren, the songbird. Feels like it's half the town she's got mooning over her in that hovel near the river. It's on the first tier if you want to find her. Feel free to take her with you when you go. But seeing as you're not here for her, what can I do for you? If you have questions about our settlement, I'm the one to ask. I have the dubious distinction of being the oldest living resident of Lethian's Crossing, so I've been here for a lot of its history. Eyes, lips, hair, or hips, hair, and hearing might be failing, but my mind still remembers everything that happened here. What would you like to know about? I'll do my best not to go on too long about it. I know I have a problem keeping my conversations short. There's no getting used to it. You'd think that after years of living under its shadow that your nerves would calm, but that never happened for me. You can only be so relaxed when your neighbors are the bane. The moment you let your guard down around one of those old walls, my friend, you're done. Now Lethian wasn't completely mad to settle here. She ventured inside and found sealed passageways that made it impossible to wander too far beyond the entrance. She figured that it meant the bane couldn't easily reach us either. Whoever created this monstrosity wanted us to stay out, and that's exactly what we've done. It hasn't been a perfect arrangement. There have been incidents, but for the most part the bane don't venture out so long as you don't venture in. We just have to stay vigilant every day. Must you enter? Surely there's another... Nobody will stop you, Fatebinder, if that's what you mean. You have business inside, I can only assume they must be an important matter. The old walls are unpredictable, plain and simple. The bane may leave you be today, but I'm not the sort to gamble when it comes to those abominations. We know about the crossing's history. They were here since the crossing was founded. Lethian herself hired them to protect the settlement when it was just getting started. A fledgling town in the shadow of the old walls. They did such a good job, she kept them on as her peacekeepers, and that's how things went. At least until you decided to oust them and put someone else in their place. Oh, that's why I put the disfavor there. Can't say I wouldn't have done the same, truth be told. Taking pay from 2 employers is always going to end badly if you can't make both of them happy. On top of that, it seems lately that Reitamong is traveling a path no one can see, and I don't want to see what's at the end of it. I don't care about all that. The river is named Portus Cor and it flows down the middle of the settlement. The waterfalls pouring over the old walls are Sunrise and Moonrise. The west waterfall is Sunrise because of how the sun hits it in the morning, and Moonrise got its name due to how it glows during a full moon. The crossing itself is broken up into districts named after the waterfalls. The west side of the river is Sunrise District, the east side is Moonrise District. The different levels of Lethian's crossing don't really have names, but most people refer to them as the tiers. My home is considered part of the ground tier. The forge is in the first tier, both in the Moonrise District. Can't say that I have a strong opinion one way or the other, really. They didn't seem to care much about leaving the settlement behind. Once the decision was made to let the disfavored have control, they left, and I haven't seen much of them since. Well, that's good. There's something in his bed, for some reason. He has healing potions in his bed, why not? A great spear in a barrel. Man, I need to drink so much water today.
Might we not simply break it?
Okay, there's a merchant here, but I'm a little done with bothering around with merchants. Suppose we might as well go and have a look at Siren, who despite being an Archon doesn't seem to impress anybody much. It's not very clear what Archons exactly are. Alright, who is who? This is all settlers, so that must be Siren. A young woman stands here surrounded by a group of villagers, soft dulcet tones holding them hypnotized. Wears an ornate headdress, forehead inset with an enormous red gem, which flashes as she speaks. Is swept up in her oration, doesn't notice that you've arrived. She was also in the Scarlet Chorus camp, yeah, that's right.
Oh, look. Father has returned. Have I gotten out of line? Have you come to punish me? Am I a bad girl? Or do you just want to use my power? Do you remember me, Fatebinder? Now, don't disappoint me. You used my flock as chaff for the Scarlet Chorus. You took my people, the followers of Siren, the Archon of Song.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Does it look like he's here to hurt me? Not that I mind them trying to protect me, even if they don't really mean it. I suppose you're here to tell me I can't gather another flock. Although, I suppose I should thank you for your help last time we were here. There was something decidedly unpleasant about that group. This one feels much better. Giving my old flock to the chorus means I get to start over. If some people want to worship me, is that really such a bad thing? Is Kairos so insecure to worry about a little competition? Look at me! Do you think I seem dangerous? What harm can a 15-year-old girl cause? I'm only a child!
So they're into 15-year-old girls here, huh?
I'd say it's annoying, but don't you think it's kind of flattering to have everyone wanting me so desperately? Kairos, the voices of Nerat, Tunon. You? Never mind. I'm just feeling a little paranoid. Past guardians have shown themselves to be a little more interested in me than entirely necessary. But now to a more important matter. There is something you can do to assist me. Remove my helmet. Really? Nothing at all? What a disappointment. Not to mention a colossal waste of effort on my part. Probably spreading myself too thin trying to keep them all under my thrall. I hoped you would assist me in a delicate matter, but it appears you're no use to me at all. Keeping up the act can be a bit tiring at times. I've been the songbird for so long, I've forgotten how to be anything else.
Ah, so we can get her as a party member. Is that what's going on? Is she gonna be the Aerie of this campaign? Although she already seems to have a little bit more character to her than Aerie did.
Why on earth would you want that? I can't imagine you're doing it out of the goodness of your heart. Oh, Tunon must have had a hand in this. Or Nerat. Maybe I'd rather stay here where people won't insist on ordering me around all the time. Although, you did activate one of the spires, so your power is something I could learn from, and you are right. It's certainly not going to make any significant advances staying here with a bunch of nobodies worshipping me. Watching you in action could give me the edge I need to unlock a spire of my own. Fine. I will allow you the glorious gift of my presence in your party. Well then, let's go. If you're gonna teach me the wonders of the world, it's not gonna happen here.
That's cool and all, but I'm not so sure that I want her. I'm actually pretty happy with my setup. That's the problem, you only have 4 characters, and I quite like Ebb. She seemed like an interesting character from a roleplay point of view, but he's very good. Or at least he was very good. Verse is cool, I like Ebb. I have myself, I think I will stick with this. I guess that means that she goes to the spire now, where the other guy has gone. They're all still sitting there. Well, they don't have anything to say. About you. She has some interesting story parts. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's like, honestly, it's a bit of a kind of the reverse problem of what you have in Baldur's Gate 1, where you have all these characters and none of them are, or many of them aren't very interesting, and you just have to sort of pick some, you know, except for like Jaheira and Minsk, I get. But here's like there's a lot of well-written characters that are potentially interesting, but you only get to have 4, so there's only so much I can do. And Lantry is like a healer, which is very useful, but he seems RP-wise the least interesting, which is why I threw him out. Shame it's not like Icewind Dale and somewhere you have 6. At least you can get even more lore, but I guess there's a lot of writing in this game already. And that does keep it replayable, right? You can try out different storylines with different characters. I'll give him that. That is, after all, what these things live on, these kind of games. Ah, now it says here Old Walls entrance. Interesting. And there's the Lethian's Mistress. Let's try that first. What is interesting, I've noted, I mean, it shouldn't be interesting, but it is interesting, compared to a lot of RPGs, is just how many, not just women characters there are in general, but also how many of the, like, leading characters who have sort of positions of authority are women in this game. That's pretty cool, I think. I think she's the only Archon that is not allowed to have her full even lore-wise, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that she is even an Archon, right? But I guess she is still very young nonetheless. What a pleasure it is to see you in my establishment, Fatebinder. It is always an honor to entertain someone of your standing at Lethian's mistress. You have need of entertainment, or company, for a short time, and we look forward to fulfilling those needs. How may I and my entertainers be of service to you? Lethian's mistress started as a safe place for people to come and drink in secret, but eventually it evolved into a gathering place where drinking and fornication were both common activities. Everyone needs a way to relax, and I provide one for them. And Archon is not about age, knowledge, or anything, just about pure power. Yeah, exactly, right? It's like, it seems to be like figures who are like sort of inborn. I mean, I haven't learned the full lore yet, of course, but it seems people are sort of inborn with a special kind of power in a certain thematic direction. But that doesn't mean that they're not idiots, right? That's, in fact, that is the main plot point, is that many of them are idiots. I was one of Lethian's mistresses, of course, and where Lethian went, so did I. She was very adventurous and not really the type to settle down. I may not have gotten all of her attention, but I did end up with a nice business, and I've been very comfortable. If I had to share her with various men and women around town, I was willing to be generous with her time. We have plenty to eat and drink if your desires include those of a less carnal nature. The price for all my entertainers is 100 rings for the night. If you would like specifics, please speak to the one you'd like to hire, and they can tell you about themselves and what they're particularly good at. But each one of my beauties will give you your ring's worth, I guarantee. Becoming a god needs one thing more after being an Archon, right? Well, we'll find that out, I'm sure. We can talk to them, and in good modern RPG fashion, there are 2 men and 2 women. See what they have to say. My name is Zotica. Are you here to teach me the ways of the world? I can even find out what they're good at. I will play novice sage in the burning library. I'm lost in here, Fatebinder. If I don't behave, I will be punished. Do I need to be punished? Me? Why do you want to know about me? I'm just a simple girl. I know nothing of this world or my place in it. Are you here to teach me? That's a good thing to do. That works on men. Good day to you, traveler. My name is Timo. Are you in need of a companion? The past has no interest for me. I like to think about here. Now. I will perform the oath breaker for you. I could make a sage give up his books if I wanted. Welcome, welcome to Lethian's mistress. What can Laura do for you? Do you need company today? My life story, sorry to say that it's short and boring. I had a happy childhood. Nothing bad ever happened. I grew up to be big and strong, and never had any health issues. I approached Mistress Sophia about a job because I like what and who I get to do here. Everything and more, but my specialty is the Vendrian swell. Let your imagination run wild, and it's even better than that. Good evening, and welcome to Lethian's mistress. My maiden name is Gallum. It would be do me no end of pleasure to serve you today. There's not much to say, really. I am from the north and was traveling with a performing troupe when we were beset by bandits near Lethian's crossing. I was injured and lost consciousness, and when I came to, Mistress Sophia was nursing my wounds. The rest of the troupe died in the fight, and I had nowhere to go, so the mistress offered me a position. She knew my performing skills would come in handy. It's the best job I've ever had. If you want the ground to move and feel the walls tumbling down, I'm the man for you. I will give you the Earthshaker's delight, and trust me, you will never want to hire another performer again. This is very funny because you can They very clearly in the writer's room were like, okay, how do we take all this lore that we already have in these different factions and how do we imagine them as like sex positions? That's quite a funny idea. You can probably think about the secret ingredient for it, but the game spells it out later on if you read it. Yeah, let's, I mean, I can certainly, you know, I have speculative ideas, shall we say, but I also kind of like to discover things when the game wants me to discover them, right? At least I won't take anything as for granted until... do they actually use these things? Oh, my sweet summer child, you should see what people use. There's a reason I have a room divider in my bedroom. Anyway, that's all very fun and whatnot, but we are here to do a job. First work, then play. I don't know why always having a brothel is like one of these RPG cliches now, but it always is. But at least here you can actually use them, unlike in the old BioWare ones. Ah, okay, so here's the entrance. Exactly the one bit I haven't looked at. I assume also that at this point, like, spending time doesn't matter so much anymore. There's a count of days and count of distances, but I assume they will tell you if that actually matters. What are you? Doesn't want to tell me what that is. Okay. All right. Ooh.
Spotted something.
Note from the Iron Guard Vintara. Yeah, we just beat her, right? As per a verbal agreement, you're allowed entry into the old walls of Lethian's Crossing with the explicit instructions to find a path to the Bronze Brotherhood campsite on the other end. Any items acquired inside the old walls will be yours to keep in exchange for your help in this matter. Interesting. Right. So that's a Graving Ash piece of evidence. Disfavored soldiers want access to the Twin River's old walls. Oh wow, greater healing potions. That is nice. Let's give one of those to our buddy here, since he seems to need them. Okay, so you cannot get any further. An eerie glow of unknown origin coming from the depths of this pit. Oops. So the Scarlet Furies have been here, that much is obvious. Take all the
Can't
crap,
do that.
always.
Ah, got it.
You got it, indeed. Let's just save it to be entirely sure. Even though I think it auto-saves quite a lot. The sunken relief, although heavily damaged, is clearly meant to depict a runic symbol similar to the one you saw at Ascension Hall. The relief is incomplete, and thus the final form of the rune is unknown. Blurry but proportionate image of the ancient relief. Okay. With enough collected imprints, it may be possible to reconstruct the original shape of the room. So I guess the idea is that you have to collect these depictions. Where is this? I failed this one. Oh, I guess I completely forgot to actually report on finishing this quest. That's awkward. Fine. Examining the rubbing further might help you determine its importance. Is this the rubbing? No? Do we have the rubbing here? I guess it's a quest item. Fair enough. What else is there here? Some more money. What's on the other side? Yes, this one is completely sealed off, and I'm gonna guess that it's also completely sealed off over here. No, it isn't. It's actually quite open over here. I'm going to guess we will have our first encounters with whatever
My
is
mother
within.
always told me to stay away from spires. Not that I ever listened.
Interesting. Very interesting. The chamber immediately reminds you of Ascension Hall. An intricate rune running along the floor can only mean one thing. You stand at the feet of a great spire. Each step you take echoes across a great distance. As you gaze upward, the sage-colored walls quickly give way to unending blackness. The rune in the center of the floor is inactive, and the silence of the hall offers no clues as to its use or function. You feel a slight tug in your chest, a faint echo of the energy that enveloped you at Vendrian's Well. I do the same thing again. Seems like the complete design was symmetrical in nature. Should there need arise, you could reasonably guess its original shape. Okay, that's good. That also levels her up, which is also good. What do you need? Puzzle time, you say? Ah. Oh, we haven't had much of that yet. We'll see how much of a puzzle master I truly am, huh? Which upgrade? Blah blah blah. Spell cooldown. That's pretty good. Exactly. Puzzle icon. That's what it's all about. Good for bows. You're good for dual wielding. What are you actually using right now? You have this and you have that. Give her finesse might be good, or maybe some quickness might also be good. I think I might give her quickness actually. Now let's have a look at her skirmisher thing. I keep having her duel while I give her the skirmisher traits. It's probably not very smart. All members gain bonus experience from dual wield bows and athletic skills. Improves accuracy. Replaces burning iron. Attacks made with bows gain armor penetration. That might be pretty good. I think this is better though, because sometimes I want her as an archer and sometimes I don't want her as an archer. Right, you need to figure out how to activate the teleportation device.
You got it.
Study carefully the glyphs. They're gibberish to me, but I know magic when I see it.
On it.
Ah, okay, it has to correspond to the rubbing, I see. Do I actually get to see what that rubbing is? Be nice to have a shape. Is that an item I should look at? Just to make sure I don't miss it. It's not here. Your sigil thing. Or is sort of the only clue we need to know is that it's symmetrical. Maybe that is the idea. Let's see what happens. Interesting. Yeah. But what does it do? What does it mean? We have these two. We can make those fairly symmetrical. What? Oh. Odd. Interesting. It work? No? Right, okay, so you can connect all of them like so. Okay, I think that is all of them. You should have indeed a rubbing somewhere that you can look at. Yeah, I figured, right? So like now that I know how this works. Is this the reset button? This is probably the reset button, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. Because now I have an idea how this works, I should have a pattern that should tell me what I'm supposed to reproduce, right? Otherwise it doesn't make a lot of sense. But do I actually have it? Usually do not need all of them. Yeah, no, I would assume that it's like a specific pattern, right? But where is this rubbing? Because it's not here, right? None of this is a rubbing. That's raw meat. It's almost a rubbing. It's not this thing, which is a sigil. So where is this robbing then? Could be in the quest text. Okay. But this is a quest text. It's examining the robbing further. Biography, encyclopedia, notes maybe? Records? No? Question mark? Biography? Ah. A reputation. Party spells, spire upgrades. Missives maybe? No? Better not be a soft lock thing, but that seems unlikely, right? I mean, there's no reason to believe that something as fundamental as this wouldn't work. Okay, I can look again at the thing. It doesn't let me again look at it. In the quest items section of the shared stash, right. I was looking whether there was such a thing. Oh, there's quest. Ah, right, there we go. Quest items. House seal. Note from the guard. There we go. This is the robbing. Giving the full design a mystery for now, and there's an update. That would explain it. Examining it. In covering over the symbol to see the complete image, examining it to see what it looks like. Yeah, let's do that again. It just looks like this bit. And the suggestion was that it was symmetrical, right? We actually, in my interest to... Ah, you can't remove it from the stash. You have to every time look at this like so. Very well. So we want this lower thing connected. Well, let's at least connect all the things that we know about. We want to have the left corner. Ah, you can keep it here. That's kind of interesting. No, I don't think it's you. Looks like it's you. Right? Because we have this triangle here. Yeah. And the middle section of the triangle is connected to the top left, which is probably you. Okay. And then I guess the same on the other side. Like so. That doesn't actually show this here, and I guess you have this rubbing. I mean, is this meant to be part of it? Leaving a full design a mystery for now. Just sort of suggests that there's a line here, right? Which would be this inner one. Usually on the other side also. There we go. The puzzle master never fails, obviously. The arcane light courses skyward, trailing off toward the horizon in the direction of Vendrian's Well. You feel the ground ripped out from beneath you yet again as you drift back into the warmth of the energy surrounding you. Your awareness stretches beyond the limits of this spire, pulling in many directions at once. The light you saw arcing through the sky reminds you of the tether you feel to the top of Vendrian's Well. This too is a point of connection, and you're an inextricable part of it, bound as surely as the spires are to each other.
I feel much improved.
Thanks. The Sunset Spire in Lethian's Crossing feels burdened by its age, as if a central linchpin somewhere in its core has weathered the centuries of oppressive weight and longs to topple. The surge of energy that courses through you, forming a link with Vendrian's Well, strengthens the very stones beneath your feet. The structural weakness you detected vanishes, replaced by confidence that could keep this tower standing for millennia. See there, due south is Ardent, where I was born, and then over to the right of that is where the Academy of Tides used to stand. Oh, and you can see the little island off of Barris and Change. That's where Hagravar would take me to practice our more dangerous spells. My childhood is seen from above. This is surreal. If I threw a dagger from up here, I wager it could split a man on the ground in half. Damn, but I want to try. From here, even the old walls seem paltry. This sovereign view was not intended for the likes of us. The spire feels like a relay between you and Vendrian's Well, bridging some transference of energy on an enormous scale. You are the first link of a chain that stretches the length of the realm. As you struggle to understand this sensation, you grow aware of whispers all around you. The whispers themselves seem to travel down the tether between you and your spires, conducting heat that feels at times unbearable. They speak of your actions, your choices, everything that led you to this place. Your name is known, your banner recognized, your deeds reported across the tiers and the Northern Empire alike. For an instant, you can see the accumulated hope and fear these whispers represent. It appears like dewdrops settling on a leaf, then trickling into a shared basin. This image is fed to you through your connection, a base metaphor that only hints at the true scope. There is power in these spires, though its source is unfamiliar. Were you to harness it, you suspect that nothing would stand beyond your reach. I don't know what you've done, but standing near you warms my rusted plates. Makes me feel lighter somehow. On the moments my staff and I are separated, part of its magic goes dormant until I'm once again near. That same dynamic is happening with you and the spires. They've adopted you, I guess? They certainly like you enough not to kick you out of bed. You look taller somehow, like you could command a dozen gangs without any challengers to knife you in the back. Nice. So, what do we get? We have acquired Sunset Spire. One of the 5, I guess, which allows me to do upgrades. We get a new quest. Claim the remaining spires in the tiers. Yeah, that seems like a fun quest. I can spend money on things. Library allows you to research magical knowledge, edicts and artifacts. Resting in a spire grants a bonus to lore and all magic skills. Ah yeah, so you get like resting bonuses depending on what you do with this. Accuracy, athletics, subterfuge, lore and magic. I mean, lore is nice, right? Yeah. Sure. I'm getting achievement for doing that. Some assembly required. You have acquired a second spire. All spires are linked, allowing you to travel instantly between them. Reduce your travel time through the tiers. Okay, we get fast travel. You can upgrade them. I guess this is the library that we see over here. Different benefits. They have multiple on one. As money to maintain, it will be suspended. He will no longer receive its benefits. Oh yeah, so this is basically like the upgrading your Manger or whatever. There are 5 resources you can find in Kairos' tiers that can be used to power upgrades to your spire. Scrolls, ingots, more ingots, alchemy supplies, and hide. I have some of that. I also have a missive. My dear McCain, the court is all abuzz with the news of the Civil War. Representatives from the chorus and the disfavored are having little shouting matches in front of Tungon. The petitioners to the court seem swept up in talks of who will crush whom, and if and when Tungon will bring down the gavel and stop the fighting. What has me more intrigued is the other story out of Vendrian's Well. Tungon sent you on what I thought was going to be a one-way trip to the well, and not only do you live, you somehow claimed the mountain spire. And you broke Kairos' edict too. Such things make a little civil war seem so trivial in comparison, at least to those who can separate the message from the noise. Tell me, what was it like to break the edict? And how is it you took control of the spire? Fatebinder Rogalis. But do we really need to have to tell him all that? I guess he's associated with Tungon, so I will explain it. The only thing I consciously did was take charge of the battle. I then claimed the spire. We seem to have a mutual bond. Here's a sketch of an old structure. Right. So we can send that. We built the library. Maintenance cost is a little bit. We just have to keep selling the random crap that we find everywhere. Oh, you can get more stuff here. Oh yeah, you can get recruits as well. It teaches control stone, control force, scrolls to further research, collection of magical scrolls. Master training teaches control grave light, fire. Cool. Not immediately ultra important, but cool. Right, so we have a Seeds of Power quest across the tiers. And I have leveled up. Where's the lore stat again? That's will defense. Where is that? Lore is here. Okay. It comes from resolve and from wits. Maybe I'll up my wits by 1. It's pretty decent. And give myself more defense. Struck from stealth, already in place. I don't really use stealth. Equipped armor and shields. Shield bash, increased crush damage. Heavy armor. Blade wall 2. Shield mastery. Moderately increases weapon damage by using a single one-handed melee weapon. Allows basic attacks to strike multiple times. One of these seems pretty good. I can quite easily heal myself, so I think it's good if I just do more damage. Now we can upgrade our friend here, who I think needs even more vitality because he's been taking some blows lately. Clash of Iron upgrade, seasoned veteran, engage an additional enemy. Everybody takes less damage for a little bit. That's also pretty good. We have that. Guess we'll give you that. A little less damage. Keep us all alive, which is what we like to be. And there's Siege Garrus. Who are you, and how did you get into my spy? Garrus, I'm your scribe and researcher. I've heard great things about you, about this place. This library here is incredible, if you don't mind my saying so. I heard about the library you were building. I just had to come. I watched the workers as they hauled the stone and scrolls up here. It was an awful lot, and they were very tired, so I did what little I could to assist. And on the last day, as everyone was leaving, I just stayed behind. I need someone to organize the collection of scrolls, to catalog new texts, and someone organize research efforts. You can do all three. To be honest, I need the work. The Vellum Citadel isn't exactly up to its old standards, and I'm afraid there aren't many safe places where a sage can find employ during the war. Any number of topics: magic, alchemy, the history of the world. And he can tell me what I can research. But I need 2 or 4 recruits at the library. Fascinating. I can get these recruits, I guess, in other ways. There's Siren. There's Lantry.
Right.
Anything else up here? Ah, there's somebody else here. Who are you? Oh, he's just a spire worker.
Right.
Oops. Well, that's neat. At least you have spire number 2 out of 5. How again do I look at the world? I guess I can do that here. So you know there's a spire here. There's a spire here. And there is a spire up here, which would suggest going into the cacophony area. There's another spire there. But it's likely that you get to this one from the other side, maybe? Where's the fifth one? One, two, 3, 4. I guess we just don't know. We'll have to find out where that one is. Right, the Ironhold Trail. What were we meant to do there again? I don't even remember. Let's go there anyway. Let me look at the quests. Speak to the voice of... I guess it's like annoying because I need to go back there and actually say what I'm going to be doing. Otherwise it doesn't register the quest. Yeah, that's fine. RPGs don't like it if you do things in the wrong order. Ooh.
Spotted something.
Ooh, that's good. I'll take all that. Well, back to Cacophony we go. I guess I could have teleported to the mountain spire. But at the moment it doesn't seem to matter how fast I'm going. I keep thinking they're random encounters, but they don't really have real random encounters. They're all plot encounters.
Know this scent. Stench of blood, sweat, battle, iron and death. Smells like alpha. Smells of strength. But is male. Have been stalking human centrail. Have ranged many more than 5 nights through tribe and human territories of Tyr's land, hunting for human called Fate Binder. for human who woke horizon rock called Mountain Spire. Have hunted hot high, cold low, wet dry. Traipsed far until paws bled, but always human who smelled of alpha evaded beast woman. Had to slink through shadows, fast, fast, quick, without rest to catch delicious prey at last. Fate Binder knows tribes of beast women. Curious human. Male who smells of alpha and knows of shadow hunter tribe. Best tribe. Lost tribe of kills in shadow.
Cool. What do we do?
Can Fatebinder not see? Beast woman, best hunter, kills in shadow, daughter of mystic brood mother, relict, alpha to pack of stone whelps. Humans. No human called Fatebinder. Kairos breeds words on paper. Fatebinder binds words to earth and sky, makes ground tremble, makes night cry, blood and fire. Tribes of Kairos fear Fatebinder. Human Alpha claimed Horizon Rock called Spire, and Archons did not kill Fatebinder. Archons rolled over and whined, covetous. Kairos hunts human realms to extinction. Rules tribe of blood and ruin, starvation and death. Seeks to slaughter beast women like prey. But beast women are not prey. Are not flighty, feeble-minded humans. Beast women are savage hunters. Bred to fight Kirut, like Fatebinder who smells of alpha. Strong always kill weak, then grow weak. And are killed is migration of life. But kills in shadow is not weak now. Will not be weak for many long seasons. Will join Fatebinder and survive Kairos' tribe.
Very funny.
Kills in shadow is not beta. But even alphas submit to stronger-willed primas. Many packs make a tribe. Is this not a thought humans also understand? Beast woman will follow Fatebinder. Will not dominate. Unless Fatebinder begins to smell weak.
Yeah, she will not find that easy.
Yep, fine. Have already buried more than 5 brood, more than 5 mates, and 1 pack of stone whelps. Can lose another. Swear, won't kill Fatebinder while Fatebinder sleeps. Beast woman will do this. Beast woman will do that. Such whining and begging makes Beast woman think Fatebinder fears kills in shadow. Will not follow Alpha, who trembles at shadows, even killing ones. Kills in shadow will not shelter stone whelps anymore. Scamper, run, flee! Do not want to see shadows lurking, stalking behind. Barb cleft his leader now. Will not like if kills in shadow catches sight or scent of stone mongrels again.
Achievement unlocked, magnetic personality. I don't know if I would call any of this magnetic, but sure. So you get kills in shadow, who is a really, I guess, somewhere between a barbarian and a rogue, I'm going to assume. I'm going because I'm quite curious about character of these other people, but I'm only just getting used to these. So it's all good. I also don't know who is good, right? Stalker is more hostile than any humans. Azure Lith crystals, highly revered by the Stalkers. Yes, quite so. Very well. It does look cool. Alright, I just have to go here just so that the game registers that I'm aware of the quest. All very good. And then we can go back again, I guess. Well, I should probably sell some of the random stuff I got as well. Where's Tozy? Here. Nice. Favor too. Glad to see you're still alive. Cacophony needs good, determined blood like yours. Right, so, I was already at Latin's Crossing. Let's go to the Burning Library, which is now unlocked.
Tough job being so remarkable all the time.
It is sure that. I need to also then do the other one. Okay, you can only do one at a time. That makes some sense. She has very high spell strength, high magic defense already. That's pretty good. Reduce the cooldown a little bit, maybe. Yep, and her allies gain more skill experience. Don't really care too much. Moderate bonus to magic defense. Brave Strike. I thought we already had that. Yeah, we do already have that. Dealing crush damage. Nearby being. We haven't encountered any being yet, whatever they are. That seems kind of dubious. There's a bonus a knight, but that's kind of a bit too contextual to be useful. We can have Taratus' call. Throw him back down on the ground. That seems kind of neat. Give her an armor bonus, so she survives better. Yeah, why not? It's not the most exciting thing, but it's probably pretty good. Ooh. Here it is. Your summation is most fascinating. Thank you for sharing. You are certainly not the first to proclaim an edict. Many of us have been used to complete the casting of the Overlord's magic. And you aren't the first to break an edict, although that list of names is a smaller, more exclusive list. What's curious, though, living and recorded memory make no mention of someone who proclaimed and shattered the same edict. In that regard, you are an anomaly. The bad news is the Archons know this and will be suspicious of this distinction. Along with this parchment, I have included the contact information of the Honorable Fatebinder Myothis, an old peer of mine and perhaps the most knowledgeable in the court on matters not taught to us by Tungon. Treat her with respect and she will not betray your confidence. Best of luck. I think things are about to get even stranger for you. For sure. Okay. You leave her a blank sheet of paper when you bind her by Myothis' contact information in hand, and then I need to send her a message. Polite introduction. Found himself bereft of answers, a rare condition for him. You are the only source of answers I seek. Would mean a great deal to learn what you know of Kairos' edicts and the magic of the spires. Consideration and wisdom. That sounds nice.
On it.
Very good. Also with birds, and have something new to say, I guess. Our gang is building quite a little collection of spires, aren't we? The Voices of Garat was never one for keeping strongholds, but I can definitely see the appeal. Because there's no point in standing still. The Voices prefers to keep his forces busy and on the move, with the only restful hours between dusk and dawn. Besides, fighters in motion are less likely to rise up and challenge authority. Safety in numbers. And once you get people hunkering down to discuss their problems, suddenly everyone has a reason to kill the closest gang boss. Yeah, that's the same reason why at Amazon they want you to take your breaks outside the building so that you don't talk about unions. They're big, but make no mistake. A determined army could knock one down if they got enough shovels and picks together. Don't be so quick to assume that you're invincible. As to what they are, I try not to ask those sorts of questions.
What do you need?
The thought has crossed my mind from time to time. During the many battles of the Conquest, we found ourselves standing back to back with enemies on all sides on more than one occasion.
The big guy here is as useless as an empty scabbard without his phalanx to keep him alive, but I move fast enough to compensate for it. And it's nice having a living wall of rusted iron I can use for cover.
Absolutely not. Our fighting styles are incompatible, and any disfavored lieutenant will tell you not to join at the hip soldiers who can't stomach each other.
I'm inclined to agree. If you want to pair up fighters, there has to be some great passion or magnetism between them. We don't have it.
A valiant attempt, but I'm not as easily swayed by your courtly tongue.
Neither am I. At least, not in this context.
Okay, so they don't like me enough. That makes sense.
I think that because I don't want to covers it pretty well. Training alongside this self-important braggart is likely to sap whatever patience I have left.
I can see that you're out to serve the best interests of the war, but we are accustomed to handling ourselves as individuals rather than as a pair.
Fine, whatever. You do you.
Second Spire has awoken to your presence. This is fascinating, and I admit enviable. If it turns out your connection to the Spires invites death and woe, my jealousy might wane a bit.
See, this again, so what I mean by the inconsistent voice acting, somewhat odd, like, so this is her Spire response line, this is voiced, but Versus is not.
I've been mulling over that structure we found atop Vendrian's well. Would you be opposed to me studying the sculpture in closer detail? I'd perhaps work a spell or two near the structure. Simple cantrips of Gravelight by which to read and inspect, but I will not poke or shove the thing in any way physical or mystical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, why not?
Thank you. Next time we have a good moonlit night, I'd best settle in and see what sort of magic perturbations I can sense from the sculpture. What is it you need?
I do like the idea of like moon magic and like a moonlight wizard.
Sorry, I can't.
It's a cool concept. Alright, the library it is, huh? Where was that library again? Actually remember now. You, that is you. Excuse me 1 second while I go and get some more water because it's very warm here. And back.
Can't do that. Curious.
Ooh, nice. A magic scroll. Where are those again? Not you? There we go. Sigil of Strength. You. Sigil of Reaching Grasp 2. See what that does, huh? Ah, that's what you were talking about with the additional range version. That's pretty good, actually. I'll replace these with the additional range versions. Okay, I have a missive answer that can wait, I think. Nice. Always very pleasant. They sure like impaling people here in this game. It's a bit like you're in Romania, you know? Well, we haven't had any vampires yet. Who are you? Ah, if it isn't the Fatebinder of Tungon. What an unexpected surprise. I am the Censor and welcome to my camp. It's good to see a familiar face. Sadly, I must say I can't entertain you properly at the moment. You've come at a very busy time for me. We're making a bold push to explore the library's depths. However, before we finish our pleasantries, you could satisfy my curiosity. Why are you here? Yeah, you don't need to ask me that. Of course, Fatebinder, my apologies. It would seem my proclivity for bluntness got the better of me. Again, welcome. What brings you to my camp? Aha, you must mean the Silent Archive. I'd hoped to have it retrieved already to avoid just such a problem. Unfortunately, we haven't finished our search yet. If your goal is to find it, you should know it's not as easy as just walking in there and taking it. It seems that the tricky sages were afraid that someone might want to take their precious archive and hid it behind a barrier. Arcane, impenetrable. Really a shame how many men we lost to rebounding spells. So my men are looking for the passcode to get beyond it. We don't know how many parts there are, just that they're somewhere inside the library. But even these scholars are being able to find the pieces for us. Not yet, anyway. So I gave everyone some incentive and made a game out of it. You're welcome to enter the library, provided you agree to play by the rules of the competition. If you want to find the Silent Archive, you must take part in my game too. Can just attack them outright now. I don't care about all the rest. Several Scarlet Chorus teams were dispatched down into the ruins of the library, each with some sages to serve as guide. The team who completes the passcode, gets through the barrier, and gains access to the Silent Archive will face glory and reward. The others? Only one is allowed to succeed. If you wish to join the merry hunt, you will be yet another team racing against the others. Though you won't be getting any sages, of course. Sure. I don't seem to be able to actually accept it. Maybe here? The archive is the sage's most guarded treasure, held in a grand chamber thought to contain more knowledge than all the tiers combined. Then one of the horde approaches her with the parchment held out before him. She takes it from him. She hands the parchment back to her. Stop bringing me words I've already taken, or I will have your head. Put them in a separate pile, so you know I've had them, or ask someone to read them to you. If I have to take in the same inging missive one more time, you will regret it. I'm sorry you had to witness that. Now, where was I? Oh yes, the Silent Archive. Our scouts have reason to believe it survived. Some magic keeps the library from being swallowed by fire, so perhaps it too protects the Silent Archive. We've come to destroy the archive in Kairos' name. Of course, Fatebinder. It is forbidden knowledge, after all. And it's not like Narat doesn't have a plan. Never fear, we will deal with the Silent Archive appropriately. I don't see how that is pertinent. But if you must know, you're not the only one with unique talents in the tiers, Fatebinder. Not everyone needs to use their eyes to read. Sending me to a library seemed obvious. What a perfect way to collect knowledge. Narat has taken particular interest in me and my talents, and is working with me to refine them. Now we'll get our lore check. Certainly not. I have no idea how you got that idea, so put it out of your head. Narat knows Kairos' laws, and will never do anything to openly break them. I could attack, that seems sort of stupid. Yeah, sure, whatever. I would still ask a favor of you. My assistant Foul Murmur has found something he needs done. If you would be so kind, he's somewhere nearby. I believe he was recently occupied talking to one of the prisoners. Oh, and I would watch yourself inside, Fatebinder. While I personally wouldn't have given the sages any warning, they were still unable to prepare completely for the destruction. There are a few areas that were completely covered in lava before they stopped the building's collapse. It's a shame we had to lose all those precious treasures, but every war has its casualties, doesn't it? Very pleasant, all that. So I guess you can theoretically attack them and just like kill all these guys or something. Who was it that we were to talk to? Someone over here? Not you? Foul Murmur, right? Probably over here. Oh, you're Boltok. Who's the merchant? I don't care about the merchant. Very convenient that every place has a merchant, at least. Now where's this guy? Not you? Who else are here? Or are you up here? Horde? Horde? Not you? Probably not you? Okay, that is blocked. There you go.
Sorry, I can't.
I guess it's not one of the people here. So I guess they're inside, in that case. Very well. We just got through the front door and already there's a wall. How impractical can you be? Very, apparently. I did give them time to prepare, though. Sage makes a low squeal of fear and falls over, feigning death. I wasn't sure that would work. Well, I was absolutely sure it wouldn't, but how was I supposed to know you weren't another one of those gangs? They're everywhere. I've been hiding in the area ever since the edict tore this place apart. You can never be too careful. You're a Fatebinder. I can't believe there's a Fatebinder in the Vellum Citadel. You're the one that declared the edict here. You know, it's because you warned us about what was to come that we were able to cast a spell to preserve the Citadel before the edict could destroy it. I don't know if anyone got to thank you for that. Kind of backfired on us though. It didn't stop the edict, it just froze everything in place as it was being destroyed. Preservation is preservation, I suppose. Not that it's doing us any good with all the Scarlet Chorus in here. Do you see how many of those thugs rang in? When I saw them enter, I knew I couldn't stay in hiding any longer. I had to come in and prevent anyone else from getting in, so I activated the barrier by the door. I came over here to destroy the piece of the passcode, so no one could get through. But this one must have followed me. He attacked me and told me he'd kill me if I didn't tell him how to get through. You can see how well that went for him. Please, Fatebinder, you have to protect the Citadel from the Scarlet Chorus. Don't let them destroy it. That piece of the passcode will get you through the first barrier. Find the rest and keep them from those monsters. They can't be allowed to unlock our secrets. Sure. There's the classic give information and die approach.
Why would it glow unless it wanted to be seen? I don't trust it.
Book contains a number of distinctive symbols and phrases repeated multiple times. They are likely significant.
These symbols mean nothing to me. They should burn along with the rest of this Vellum Inferno. I hope you can read that.
Dude is mad that he can't read and write. Well, that's unfortunate for you, but we're not all idiots.
Oh, that area below us doesn't look as bad as up here.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I can't.
Right, so we can't get through here.
So we're touching symbols now to make barriers disappear? I don't know if the sages have a flair for the dramatic or if no one taught them how doors work.
See, I like her. She's, I think, my favorite so far. That's exactly my kind of woman. Ah, okay, here's Fat Ulston and a bunch of guys. Something tells me that might come to fighting, so I'm just gonna quickly save it. Well, Fat Ulston. Hey you, come here! I want to talk to you! You can do that. If you can't get in line, I swear I'll leave you to burn in this forge. Do you want that? Just listen to me and we can all get out of here with our eyebrows intact. They're glowing parchment fragments. How hard could they be to find? Fatebinder, what are you doing here? I thought you fools blocked the passageway. No, I only meant it was odd to meet you here. Forgive me, Fatebinder. I figured the censor sent you to check up on us. Don't worry, we'll be the first group to get through that barrier and find the silent archive. Do you need anything else? Yeah, we know all that. I can ask the sages to help me destroy these guys. Yeah, we're supposed to complete the silent archive. We know all of that. We were bent on finding there's a lot of squeamish babes who don't want to singe their hair on their toes. Haven't even found a single piece of the passcode. We blocked the passage so no one could follow us, and then they sat down and refused to move. Okay, so we have different skills here. You can come back for these lives. If you kill him, you could go your own way. What? Fatebinder, you can't take away my command. And now everybody goes on
Another
this guy.
demonstration of our power seems in order.
Beautiful.
There! See that?
These guys just vanish into thin air, that's fine. Pat Bolston has a potion of protection on him. It's good for him. 2 scrolls, there's nothing on him. Honestly, subterfuge is as good as lore in this game for like getting ahead with things. I like this though. This reminds me of you know, Amangator's Sun Temple in Baldur's Gate. That's one of the better quests. Gaptooth, there's someone out here. And tell them to get their asses in here. Get your asses in here. Gaptooth wants to talk to you. Does he now? Nice, so that way we can advance. Save it again. Just so I don't have to redo any of this.
Have a look here.
You're a sage. You're also a sage. So, the censor didn't trust 4 groups to get what she wanted and sent another one. More groups. Talk about an excessive use of force. For Kairos' sake, it's still just a library. It's not going to get up and walk away. We have time to get to the archive. Or to get the archive. I even know where a piece of the passcode is. What do you take me for? Your own personal sage? It's in the library. It's rumored to be incredibly powerful. It's behind an impenetrable barrier. Need to get the passcode, etc. Problem is, she sent all of us in to get it, and only one group is allowed to claim they did. And that means a lot of... such is the way of the chorus. Okay, Franconie. I'm probably gonna stop in like 15 minutes or something anyway. Because I want to have a break and do something else. Hope you enjoyed it though. Thanks for hanging out. My current problem is Ngumbly's group down below. They're guarding one of the passcode pieces and they can be particularly stab happy. I don't want to cross their path at a molten pit nearby, so I'm trying to decide what to do. Yeah, let's just do it.
Trouble is what? Get back here!
No leaving till you're dead!
Wow, this guy moved himself by a lot. We do the same.
Nothing to see here.
Oh, that didn't work. Yeah, please just heal yourself. Barrack. Also heal himself. Well, that went well enough. Ooh, Scarlet Notebook. Journal of a Scarlet Corps Commander detailing troop movements. Times and locations are noted with pictures of trees and other stuff. Corps paces day's head count for the author's brigade. Interesting. Which I guess... yeah. Right. We knew all that. Okay, cool. That doesn't seem to be anything super important. Is that a quest item? Oh, oddly enough, it's not. I learn a new spell accent, that is also good. The sages don't have anything to say.
Sorry, I can't.
I guess now we make our way over here. Scrolls a burnt missive. Raven Asher's the intended recipient. The sender makes a plea for assistance. She doesn't believe her garrison in the Bladegrave has sufficient troops to hold their location. Interesting information, that. Scriptorium? We've been to the Scriptorium? Climb over the rubble pile. More scrolls, and who are you? Restrained and struggling through metal confines, this sage has my sympathies. Oh, thank you for taking that horrid thing off. At first I thought you might be chorus members. They're nearby. I can hear them. I would leave, but they've blocked the exit, and I can't open the barrier without the right key. Alright, and then he gives me... something, and I get average favor. I don't know what he gave me. Something.
Can't do that.
So this leads to Upper Ruins, and the other way leads to the Library Overlook. Well, let's check that out. Overlook sounds useful. That's here. That is
The
these
sages
guys.
halted the passage of time in these old ruins. If the building was meant to collapse, I say let it.
Do we have a way of getting there? Suppose you gotta go around and then down again, right? That's usually how this works. Oh boy. Here's Ngumbly and his gang. A large man gesticulating wildly at the beastmen around him. Go get it, you mangy freak! It's not going to hurt you. That's a piece of the passcode, I just know it. No, shiny, crackly, light hurt beast. Will not touch, no. That was a spell cast by that sage, who is now dead, by the way. So there isn't going to be any more shiny, crackly light to hurt you. Just go get it. The rest of us need to stay here and keep anyone else from getting to it. Go! Ah, you're worthless, all of you. How did I get stuck with the Monster Brigade? What are you doing here? Ah, never mind, I don't really care. We're not going to let you pass, no matter your reasons. This contest is in the bag. If anyone's going to get the Silent Archive first, it will be me. And if you think I'm letting you anywhere near that piece of the passcode, think again. Someone already tried to take it from me and failed. Us. Titles mean nothing to me, and they mean even less down here. Does your title protect you in a library breathing an unending flame? Doubtful. Actions have more meaning than words ever will. Yeah? You're not getting past me? Okay, sure. I guess we just have to attack him. It's a lot of guys, though. Don't necessarily like that. Okay.
Fall before me!
I'll take care of it.
Not a problem, boss.
Whoa.
Get back!
Easing up.
By your command.
Come and face my iron!
I'll tear your skeleton out! Your ass!
that is unfortunate. Can I get a potion yet? Not quite, but almost.
Staunch my...
Get back here! No leaving till you're dead!
Nice.
You're not going anywhere! How did I miss that?
Holy moly. Hit him so badly. Whew. Painful.
Not a problem.
Someone staunch my bleeding!
Finally. For everybody there.
You will fall before us!
That was beneath me!
Whew. That wasn't the easiest. But it worked. Those are leather armor I don't care about. All this stuff. And we get a one healing potion. And definitely use more of those. You've got 3. You haven't got much at all. I don't know if there's a way of splitting these up. There is. I haven't found it yet. On to me. You can have the big ones. And we should be okay. Alright, let's save that just to be sure. You don't actually use the emotion magic.
Have a look here.
Sigil of Lightning. That might be useful for our lightning friend.
Here.
She uses lightning a lot, I think. Right? Control lightning, is that right? Assume that that's what she does. Yeah, she does a lot of that. She has Grave Light and Lightning and Tide Casting. Oh, that's what she does. It's Tide Casting. Well, that's all kind of the same thing. Right, so we now go and get our thing. need a few more parchment pieces. The first days of the Regent bloodline in Stalwart. The story of Queen Porcia, scripture infant child of a legal claim to say of an assassination attempt. Events as a legal precedent has lasted for centuries. Someone might find that of interest. Really? Is that so?
Found something.
The process for creating a magical accent. You should be able to decipher the instructions, access to a spiral library, upgrading proper materials. Cool. You got a lot of these spire upgrade things. And jump across. Or go this way. What's over here? Some bad guys by the looks of it. Red. Oh yeah. They're two scourges, but I don't know what those are. And there's a wisp. That's actually our first non-human or beast person enemies, I want to say. See how we do there.
Look at that! Future
Come on,
course.
face my iron!
Verse. You engage that. Immune to prone. I guess that makes sense. I don't think casting fire on them is going to do all that much.
Keep your filthy hands off me!
Mm-hmm. Whoa. You do a lot of damage right there. A lot of damage. Whoa!
Hurry up when it's over.
So these guys have
Let them think they can hit me.
So these guys have got not a lot of hit points, but do a lot of damage. That is good to know.
Right.
I hope this is worth it. It's not really worth it. In fact, that was very not worth it, but that's okay. Wheel deal. Wonder what all those scrolls are for. What sort of item is that? This is just worth money.
See that?
Yeah, or you actually disarm it, of course. So now we gotta stand here like fools. Oh, and there's another wisp. Well, there's two wisps.
To battle! Let's see what falls.
Oh, there's actually a lot of them. Bunch of scourges too.
Out of you.
You need to very early cast this, because we need this.
That's a negative.
Permission to die.
Let them think they can hit me.
So I guess these guys, you kind of want to attack from range, I guess.
Counter. You got it.
That's not going well at all. These scourges are still mostly good health.
All of a sudden.
Guessing that doesn't work all that well on them.
Whatever you need. Enjoying this a little too much.
My armor feels... right?
Ah, he leveled up. Well, that is good. A little bit closer.
Had an iron ring for
Are
every
you
dumbass
afraid of
mistake of mine.
death, worm?
Oh, he healed as well. Interesting. Oh, they don't like that. There we go.
No reason to tarry.
That went a lot less well than it should have. These are guys that you don't want to melee too much. Probably should set up camp here before too long.
On it.
We need just one more parchment piece. We can level Barrack up. So let us do that while we're at it. Warring armor's chance to reduce a hit type, that's good. Endurance defense. Let's give him a little bit of finesse. Yeah, that's pretty good. Clash of Iron gives everybody bonus to armor. Defensive benefits from shields. Yeah, let's have that. And then I will get the last parchment piece, wherever that is, and also save it. Where could that be? On this side?
Can't do that.
Go this way, perhaps?
Can't do that.
No, there's nothing here. Seems to be up here. Yeah, now we are on the other side. That looks like trouble. Awfully cute of you to try and sneak up on me in a well-lit room. You're right there. Oh, I'm sorry, did I forget to conveniently glance somewhere else? I wonder how you thought that might go. So here's some new blood come to feed the first. I doubt you'll last long. I have high hopes of making it out with all my pieces intact. If the censor wanted this to be challenging, she should have sent people with more drive. With the help of my mates and a few sages, we'll toast the competition into a fine ash and powder our faces with their defeat. And if we find the silent archive in the process, that will be good too. Think a sage can get a drop on me, do you? Won't happen. That's how. Would you feel inclined to misbehave if you knew you'd be put down the moment you started acting rabid? Our sages know their place. You help and you obey, or you die. Don't worry, I'll be seeing you soon. That's cool.
Interesting.
But at least I got rid of one guy, I guess. Sigil of cyclical energies 2. Fascinating. It never ends, does it? Sorry. What great company, huh? Helpful, handy, and doesn't talk too much. Well, at all. I never did understand what those muzzles were all about. But I don't make the hard decisions, do I? What are you planning on doing? We're both trapped here with those chorus members right on the other side of that rubble, and I'm certainly in no shape to fight. Would seem we're in quite a bind. Thank you. Finding mercy from anyone in here is the last thing I had expected. We're not going anywhere right now, but as soon as I'm ready I can get us out. The problem is the group over there. I guess they give us a reason to actually...
Are we done yet? Can you read the damn thing? This would have gone much faster with a sage on hand.
The symbols on the page swim before your eyes, fading and reappearing as you watch. As you stare at them, they slowly resolve themselves into a series of sentences. First and foremost, for those that have the strength of will, the door to the north shall open. Secondly comes passion, burning in the south like an unending fire, to provide vitality to the dedicated. Then from the west shall the one with true resolve come, to explain the gravity of commitment to knowledge. Lastly, look to the east, and brace yourself against those who would pull you down. Let your might be solid as stone. North, south, west, east. Very good. Now we can go this way or this way.
Sorry, I can't.
And then make our way to the Silent Archive. Ah, but of course he wants to attack me first, because I kind of figured as much.
I'm not here to make friends. You got it.
Nothing stands in our way.
Whoa now.
On my command!
So heavy. Can't move.
Oh, these guys are something.
Whatever you need.
You got it.
Well, we're all probably gonna die here, I guess. That's actually the first combat that is genuinely difficult so far.
Wake me up when it's over.
Yeah, and then she levels up. It's probably not gonna do it against two guys, though, I'm gonna guess.
Being so remarkable all the time.
Especially since our friend here keeps healing himself.
Too easy. That which doesn't kill me leaves me bitter.
That is going to have to be revisited. But I will revisit that another time, because it is time for me to stop. There will be another episode of the Tyranny series before too long. Probably somewhere early next week, I would guess. So thanks everybody for watching. And I will see you as available for raiding. If anybody. Yeah, why not?